COVID-19 and the strange killer disease in Kano State and in the Federation in general. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move.
Any seconder, please? Honorable Raji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Wale Raji. I represent the peripheral constituency of Lagos State. I stand to second the motion ably moved by the leader of the House. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. Please, can you bring them in? Hold on, wait, 1 second. I think the DS has a personal explanation to move.
Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, my name is Ahmed Idris. I represent USA, Federal Constituency of Plateau State. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I'll come under personal explanation. And I think it's very important at this hour. Thank you very much first for the very exclusive and then listen to the voice of Nigerians. But again, on the same subject matter, there's an issue going on around the country that we are giving $10 million leadership or the National Assembly. And it has gone viral. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that as far as I'm concerned, dying has not reached to me. Nobody has negotiated anything to me. I acted in the interest of Nigeria and in the collective interest of our nation. And for anybody to make that kind of insinuation, Mr. Speaker, he has breached my privilege, and I think it should not go like that. I want to plead again that the House should set up a committee to investigate this very spurious allegation, and if possible, take legal measures. This is to stem people who will think they will just go to the corridor of the press and make a spurious statement against Nigerians. We have our integrity, we have our faces, and I can raise my head high up anywhere, anytime, anywhere. And I want to say, dying, and I have never gone to any negotiation with anybody on this particular bill. Thank you for this is my own point of observation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I can see so many hands up on the webinar and everybody's there, but it's a personal explanation which is really not subject to debate. If it had been a motion, we could have thrown it open for debate. But I personally think, and once again, I think, and many members have also showed concern, but sometimes in life and in politics, there's some things that are best ignored. Because when you elevate, when you address certain things, you elevate and give credibility to those purveyors of those of the news. But be that as it may, I think the allegation, however ridiculous it sounds, may also maybe worth investigating, like the Deputy Speaker has said. Unfortunately, we don't have a culture of litigation in this country. Otherwise, so many of these things would have been abated if rapid and quick resort to the judiciary was adopted. But that's not, for many reasons, that is not done. But that's a possibility in this case. A very, very, very good, very, very strong possibility. And maybe some people should, so an example should be set. For me, this is all they have done. All they have done is to give credence to those who believe social media should be regulated. That's all they've done. You know, the same people who claim, oh, you cannot regulate social media, or you cannot regulate fake news, are the same people who are actually engaging in those activities. So they're hurting themselves. In a bid to hurt the House and the leadership and members of the House, they end up shooting themselves in the foot. So even for those who did not even think of giving the social media regulation a second look, you have now encouraged them to actually look at it and the damage it may cause if they don't go, if it goes unregulated. So I think we will, as played by the, yes, leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Members. Sorry, I rise at the expense of being superfluous or being repetitive. But while I agree in total with the confessions and the statements of the leader, of the the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, I think further to that, I need to add clearly and put on record, while he was making his submission, he said, nothing has been given to me whatsoever. I rise, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the 10-member leadership of this House of Representatives, to say very clearly that no dime or kobo has been given to any one of us. We are doing this in our commitment and resolve to serve our nation. This is a bill that we feel that can go a long way in really protecting the lives and well-being of our people. Nothing more, nothing less, Mr. Speaker. And I want to add to what he said, that this should not be left at the level of clarification on the Green Chamber of the House of Representatives. We must have to take legal means, legal actions to protect our integrity. We have moral responsibility and moral commitment to protect the integrity of our persons and the integrity of our respective families. We also have earned a very, very reputable status in our various businesses and our various pursuits in politics. Allowing somebody as a person, an individual on the street, to just pick a record, put a record that something of this nature happened to us, I think is something that we should not take lightly. Mr. Speaker, I will have to put my weight behind the statement of the Deputy Speaker that this House must take a drastic action to protect the integrity of the leadership, whose integrity has now been fingered, and by extension, the integrity of this institution has been put at stake. Mr. Speaker, this is my submission, and I hope members will help us put their weight together and let's speak for ourselves. If nobody speaks for us, Mr. Speaker, I think we have a duty to speak for ourselves.
I think I agree with the Deputy Speaker and the leader, and maybe as an exception, maybe we'll take one or two other comments for you. And I think the allegations are weighty enough to pursue legal remedies. I think that will serve as a lesson to many others out there. The Minority Leader.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, my fellow colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I am in position of Daily Post social media news. Bill Gates offered House of Representatives $10 million bribe for speedy passage of the compulsory vaccine bill. If you go down, he was specific by saying that the leadership. Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of my colleagues in the opposition, and also the members, I've taken time since yesterday to call them, those I could get on phone, to confirm if they got anything. And they are all here, and they can affirm to the fact that they did not get a dime from anybody, including even those who are in APC that are here and members of House of Reps. I equally spoke to some of them, and none of them got anything. In addition, Mr. Speaker, they also alleged that the day Bill Gates Foundation came to House of Reps, that all of us were in attendance, and that was where the thing kick-started. Mr. Speaker, I also want to submit that at no point did such a thing happen. And I am standing by it on behalf of my colleagues that at no time did we even receive anybody nor receive any phone call or by way of meeting or by way of any form of inducement. What we have always done is the issue of joint tax. We in the opposition know what to do. But because of the joint tax, we'll try as much as possible for the purpose of ensuring that we'll give good governance to Nigerians. And we'll come here and do things collectively. And if you remember, sir, if a for anything. Both some APC members and some members of opposition came up to say, look, let us don't consider this. It was not on the basis of whether anybody was giving any money. So I want to submit that we did not receive any money, and I stand by it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Obina.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Obina Chidoka, representing Idemili North, Idemili South Federal Constituency of Anambra State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, please, I rise this morning for the simple fact that I've been inundated with calls. We've asked my constituents and every Nigerian to be on lockdown. And many of them will call us and say we need money to survive. Now, on the pages of the papers, they've claimed they've given us the $10 million. In fact, the actual thing is that it's not they've given the house the $10 million, that probably I've gotten a large share. And I'm here in Abuja enjoying the $10 million while they are home suffering from the lockdown. And from what we see so far, technology has made it possible that we can identify those who are the purveyors of this false news. And I think we should not let it go. We must set example. Even if it takes 10 years in court, once we enter that court matter or the court process, every other person will know that we are listening and we are taking it serious. And issues that has to do with the bill itself, I'm so happy that, in fact, the discussion I'm having this morning, in the body of your letter this morning, you have addressed all of it. And I'm happy about that, and I want to thank you for it and thank my honorable colleagues, and let's pursue this to a logical conclusion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let this not result in a debate, because we have our guests who are waiting by the door there. We will take speedy legal action. Let me put the question. Let me put the question so that it will be a house thing. Those who are in favor that this house, that we take up this matter to the possible level of litigation, please say aye. Those against say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. Yeah, we know who is who. Honorable colleagues, clerk, please liaise with the leader of the House and the legal advisor to the National Assembly, and let's speedily address this issue. Whip, are our guests here? The Chief Whip. Yes, please. Honorable colleagues, thank you. Our honorable guests, thank you for coming and for being prompt. I'm not sure we're going to take too much of your time. The House, at its last sitting, resolved to invite you for more specific, not even general, specific briefing as to the situation and what is happening or was happening at the time in Kano State, which was of concern to each and every one of us and to all Nigerians, whether from Kano or not from Kano, because what affects one necessarily affects all. And it was on that basis, a motion moved by the leader of the House, who is also from Kano State, that we decided to invite you. I believe along the way, there might be one or two other tangential questions that may not necessarily relate to Kano, but we'll limit that. But there may be one or two. And we do not intend to take your time. Hopefully we should be able to wrap up the question and answer session within 45 minutes to an hour, because we don't intend to, we have a lot of other issues that I'm sure you have so much that you are doing. Let me seize this opportunity to commend you, to thank you for what you've been doing so far. I'm sure your lives are not the same. Your dedication to duty is visible. We have all seen it. We all hear you every day. So I commend you on behalf of the House. But however, we might have one or two things that we need to clarify. So we'll set the ball rolling. I think I'm trying to figure out the best format to do this. We'll leave, if there's anybody in leadership that has questions, we'll leave that to the last. Let's take, we'll take perhaps 2 or 3 from this row, 2 or 3 from that row, 2 or 3 from that row, 2 or 3, so that we'll wrap up. And please, let us not repeat questions that have already been asked, because time is of the essence. Time is important, and we all know that we've resolved not to stay in these chambers at any point in time for more than 2 hours, because from what we hear from medical experts, the more you stay in an enclosed space, the longer you stay in an enclosed space, the more vulnerable you are to this so-called virus. So, 1 second. Yeah, thank you. Honorable colleagues, I've just been reminded that the resolution was actually, even though it's centered around Kano, it was actually Kano and other places in Nigeria. So that might expand the scope a little bit. So we'll just take questions. But before that, I think the chairman of the PTF can make a 5-minute presentation. Minister of Health and the DGNCC, so cumulatively maybe 15 minutes, and then we'll take our questions. Chairman of the PTF.
Your Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Deputy Speaker, principal officers, of the House of Representatives, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, members of the Presidential Task Force, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be here today to brief the Honorable Speaker and members of the House of Representatives on the rising spate of unexplained death in Kano State and the need for enforcement of COVID-19 initiatives across the Federation. Let me use this opportunity to thank the leadership and members of this Honorable House, and indeed the entire National Assembly, for your immense support and determination to help the country fight this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the COVID-19 was declared a global pandemic on 30th January 2020. As at that date, there were 7,818 cases globally. Out of this number, China had 7,736, while the rest of the world had 82 cases, spreading over 18 countries. As at 4th of May 2020, the global figure had risen to 3,640,473 cases worldwide, 1,192,909 recovered, and 251,817 fatalities across 212 countries. Coming home, Nigeria's index case was recorded on 27th February 2020. As at the 4th of May 2020, Nigeria had recorded 2,802 cases, 417 recovered, and 93 fatalities. Tomorrow, 6th May 2020, will mark 100 days since the novel coronavirus COVID-19 was first detected in our country. I have given you these numbers to underscore the deadliness of the pandemic and to show the aptness of its description as the most important public health challenge of our generation. As I have often said, the virus has come to disrupt and destroy our health and our wealth. The impact of the outbreak is summed up vividly by the disruption to the global economy and to the healthcare systems that were hitherto regarded as standard and stable. More advanced and sophisticated systems have struggled in the face of the onslaught of COVID-19. Nations around the world have had to deal with this outbreak for shorter or longer days. We are, however, determined by a resolve to ensure we protect our citizens and ourselves from this virus, being fully aware of our circumstances. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, before I address the situation in Kano specifically, there is a need to lay a foundation of how far we have come in the fight to control the spread of COVID-19 since the inauguration of the Presidential Task Force. In the period under review, we have accomplished the following. Under policy focus, we have developed a multi-sectoral response action plan to guide our national response through high-level engagement with the organized private sector for better coordination of their core competencies and expertise, mobilization of states and local government area resources in preparation for the possible spread of the disease into communities, state needs assessment and state of preparedness, stimulating economic national interest to mitigate negative effects of the pandemic. Encouraging our indigenous researchers to develop appropriate solutions for our environment. Arrangements are underway to evacuate Nigerians from different parts of the world. Mandatory 14-day quarantine for returnees from other parts of the world. Support for strengthening subnational level response. Engagement of local manufacturers across the board for the stimulation of local production of essential commodities to reduce dependence of imported commodities. Local production of face masks, hand sanitizers, protective gear, etc. Clinical review of state of health systems in focal states and the Federal Capital Territory. Identification of available capacities for isolation and treatment of COVID-19 patients, which has yielded over 3,787 beds across facilities, and improved surveillance systems. Under the National Response Strategy, this strategy involves detection, testing, contact tracing, and treatment. And two, the efficiency of the identification, testing, evacuation, and isolation process increased significantly. Under testing and manpower expansion, we have increased the number of laboratories since we started from 5 to 21, with a final objective of establishing 1 lab per state. We have increased testing capacity with over 80% conducted in Lagos, Kano, and the FCT. The laboratories in Lagos and the FCT were expanded to have the capacity to test a minimum of 1,500 samples daily. We've increased bed space to a total of 3,787 as at 4th May 2020. We have followed up a total of 11,840 persons, representing 95% of the contacts out of 12,504 earmarked for contact tracing. About 9,828 health workers have been trained. 2,725 of them are doctors, 1,942 are nurses, and 5,161 are other health workers. That is to increase the human resource available for case management. We have also secured insurance cover for 5,000 frontline health workers through the insurance industry. Government and health professionals had to sign an MOU on hazard allowance and other incentives. Under infrastructure development, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, state public health emergency operation centers have been activated across the nation. More personal protective equipment and ventilators have also been procured. Completion of more isolation centers with a total capacity for over 3,500 nationwide. We have advised each of the state governors to provide isolation centers with at least 300 bed spaces in their various states. Under mobilization and management of resources, we have additional resources mobilized through an international community, the private sector, and public-spirited individuals. Donations have been received into a designated CBN account by the Accountant General of the Federation. Private sector donors are to deliver specific infrastructure projects to strengthen the system nationwide. And lastly, government funding has been released and utilization is at advanced stages of completion. Under relief materials and distribution, government has released 70,000 metric tons of grains for distribution as relief. It has also released through the Nigerian Customs Services 158 trucks of rice and other condiments for distribution to the states. Payment of the conditional cash transfers is being made. List of beneficiaries of the conditional cash transfer is being expanded by 1 million as directed by Mr. President. Mr. President has also authorized the employment of 774,000 Nigerians across the 774 local governments of the Federation. He has also authorized continuation of the school feeding program to sustain the nutritional value for our children. He has also commended and instructed that distribution of palliative be enhanced through an ongoing process in collaboration with the state governments. The focus is on the poor, aged, sick, and vulnerable. Under the heading of consultation with stakeholders, we have consulted significantly on all processes with the state governors. We have consulted with the leadership of the National Assembly. We have consulted with traditional and religious leaders, labor sector, security agencies, under the non-pharmaceutical measures. In order to contain the spread of the pandemic, the Presidential Task Force recommended the introduction of non-pharmaceutical interventions, which include 1, restriction of travel to and from 15 high-burden countries worldwide, closure of land, sea, and airports of entry, lockdown of Lagos, Ogun, and Kano State, as well as the Federal Capital Territory, launch the stay-at-home campaign, introduce the policy of physical distancing, observance of personal hygiene, like washing of hands. We have also introduced the wearing of masks and coverings in public places, revised NIPs and guidelines. After 28 days of the lockdown and 3 broadcasts by the President, the easing of the restrictions was introduced with effect from 4th of May 2020. And those revised guidelines include overnight curfew has been imposed nationwide, interstate travels restricted, except for movement of goods, agricultural produce, and essential services. Mandatory wearing of masks and coverings introduced. Phased reopening of the economy has commenced as of yesterday. Physical distancing and personal hygiene re-emphasized. Now I come to the situation in Kano. Kano is first emerging as the epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic in the north, which necessitated Mr. President's specific directives in his broadcast of Monday, 27th April 2020. The Presidential Task Force has been working closely with the Kano State government and key stakeholders to identify the issues and seek immediate solutions. We have deployed a technical team of 41 staff from the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, supported by 17 staff from the World Health Organization to provide technical assistance to the State Emergency Operations Center. A team of clinicians and public health experts under the auspices of the Federal Ministry of Health is also in Kano to provide training on case management and strengthen the capacity of the state to handle emergencies. A key weakness of the Kano COVID-19 response is the lack of adequate manpower for surveillance and contact tracing. The Presidential Task Force has mobilized resources from across the health sector, including multilaterals, bilaterals, and MDAs, and the private sector to push through an accelerated expansion of the rapid response teams from 21 to 50. This required the provision of 30 additional vehicles from INEC, 15 ambulances from the PTF and private sector, and a further 10 Hilux vehicles and 10 ambulances have also been pledged by the private sector. Working with partners, we are establishing at least 1 sample collection center and 2 facilitators per LGA in Kano State. In addition to a 7-day motorized campaign across major urban areas in Kano, we have mobilized about 3,300 informants through the WHO polio program for house-to-house search and reporting of suspected cases. The federal government will in due course announce significant additional material and technical resources to complement the state government's effort in combating the COVID-19 pandemic in Kano. Based on our assessment, Mr. Speaker, the following specific additional measures have been taken in Kano. Lockdown of Kano for 2 weeks. Manpower. Sent a team of experts to review the response structure and assess the situation. Been working closely with the political and professional authorities. Equipment deployment. Deployed equipment to the medical facilities. Train the Kano state teams of health workers. Some service ambulances from the Federal Road Safety have been deployed. The Armed Forces Hospital in Kano is also being retooled to provide additional infrastructure. Palliative delivery with regards to Kano. We have already deployed 100 out of 200 planned trucks of assorted grains for relief for Kano State. Testing capacity. We've handed over a new diagnostic lab, 54 gene, supported by the Dangote Foundation. This was done on Sunday, 3rd May 2020. With that, we have increased the testing capacity by 400 tests per day in Kano. We're preparing to receive another mobile lab supported by the eHealth Africa for introduction into service, and that will ramp up the testing capacity in Kano to about 1,000 by about 2,000 by the end of the week. Treatment centers in Kano. We've inspected the treatment centers and found 2 currently functional. Muhammadu Buhari Hospital with 76 beds capacity, Kwanan Dawaki with 75 bed capacity. Both treatment centers still not full to capacity, due largely to resistance primarily for people not wanting to move into the facilities, and the second problem is logistics. 2 new treatment centers are being prepared by the Dangote Foundation. The three. The urology center with 75 beds, the stadium tent with 100 beds, and Sani Abacha Stadium with 200 beds. How are we strengthening the Kano state response structure? The EOC structure and processes have been improved through reorganization. We are also collaborating hand in hand with the Kano state government on the ongoing exercise. Prevention of spread to neighboring states is also a top priority. Medical personnel from states around Kano are currently being trained as part of the national response strategy. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, these activities carried out by the PTF are applicable nationwide, but more emphasis has been placed on the epicenters where community spread has commenced, with a threat to family transmission on the increase. I wish to state that the Presidential Task Force is working in collaboration with other structures set up by the President to ensure that there is a well-rounded national response. This includes the economic team headed by the Honorable Minister of Finance to examine the impact of COVID-19 on the economy, and the Economic Sustainability Committee headed by His Excellency the Vice President. The Task Force on Free Movement of Farm Produce headed by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development. As part of the Presidential Task Force mandate, we are working towards strengthening the country's public health emergency preparedness through system building and infrastructure development. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the fragile status of our health system and the near absence of structures or building blocks necessary for public health protection of our communities. In this regard, we plan to establish state-of-the-art intensive care units, stroke isolation and treatment centers in each of the 36 states of the Federation plus the Federal Capital Territory. We will also upgrade molecular laboratory facilities across the country and ensure that a COVID-19 testing center is available in every state through the utilization of existing gene expert machines. This scale-up of infrastructure will also require additional staff training and a review of existing manpower needs for the country. There is no doubt that a strengthened and well-resourced health system will not only place the country in a better position to deal with future emerging infections such as Lassa fever, but will also provide a solid foundation for medical and research and development. The post-COVID era is going to be a challenging one. As a country, we need to prepare for what will be the major changes to our long-term social interactions, events, personal contacts, and economic prospects. Just as important is the need to provide a strengthened legislative framework for dealing with future public health emergencies in a changing world. The current Quarantine Act needs to be updated to the unique nature of emerging infections such as COVID-19, the dramatic impact this has on sectors beyond just health, and the urgency required to deal with such pandemics. The President exercised his powers under Section 3 and 4 of the Quarantine Act, Laws of the Federation 2004, to restrict movement of persons and goods in Lagos, Ogun, Kano, and FCT. Although this intervention generated heated debate in the legal cycles, with insinuations that it may be in direct conflict with Section 441 of the Constitution and Article 14 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, Ratification and Enforcement Act. The legal basis of the intervention is not debatable. However, the Act needs to be adaptable to the changing nature of human behavior and interactions. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as I mentioned when the combined leadership of the National Assembly was briefed on the 9th of April 2020, our nation is at war against a very dangerous, unseen, and ubiquitous enemy, and all hands must be on deck to successfully prosecute the war. In addition to providing the kind of leadership already demonstrated, the National Assembly finds itself in the unique position of history to do the following, though not exhaustive. 1, develop a legislative framework to prepare Nigeria for any future pandemic. 2, develop a legislative framework for reforming and transforming our healthcare systems. 3, strengthen the legislative framework for economic growth through domestic manufacturing. And 4, deepen the legislative oversight during this pandemic and beyond. 6, pass legislations that will further ease the ability of the executive to cushion the impact of the economic decline. And 7, be part of the community mobilization and enlightenment efforts. Before I close, may I crave your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, and the honorable members, that I request the Honorable Minister of Health and the Director General of the Nigerian Center for Disease Control to brief you on the technical details of our national response. I thank you for the privilege of standing in this hallowed chamber, and I thank the leadership for the support that we have continuously received in our different places of operation and even as a task force. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much, SGF. We'll now take, I don't know if there's any addition. Does either the minister or the DG NCSC, do you have any statement to make? Because I think the SGF covered the field, unless there's something in addition. If there isn't, then we'll go straight to the question and answer session. Ordinarily, and honorable colleagues, I beg your indulgence. I'm going to throw it open to the floor, but allow me this privilege to just ask one or two questions because they're burning questions. So, and then I'll throw it over to the floor, and the leadership will be magnanimous to come after members have taken their questions. Okay, SGF, thank you very much. I believe you said it's 100 days. Tomorrow, which is a good time for us to take stock. My question to the SGF is, one, we've heard of a lot of donations that have come into the coffers from private, from everywhere. Have all the donations been received? All. And if there is still some outstanding after about a month of pledges, how or what do you intend to do to recover them? I am not unaware, and many of us here are not unaware, that people pledge for the sake of pledging. We want to know if all these monies have been received, because there are people out there who are calculating these announcements. And they will ask you, this is what we have calculated, this is the total. Break it down to us how much and how you have spent it. And unfortunately for you, not all those monies may have come in. It is a good time for the purposes of accountability and transparency to tell the whole world whether or not all the monies have been received. Mr. SGF, you also talked about, and I must commend you and thank you, for the hazard allowance that the government has made provisions for the frontline workers. But I listened carefully to your speech, and what you said was that an MOU has been reached with the health workers. My question will be, it's one thing to have an MOU, and it's another thing to execute or implement. So what is there a timeline and the date that this hazard allowance will be paid to the frontline workers? I'm sure members will have questions on the indigenous researchers which you referred to. Oh. More importantly, the reasons why I wanted to take a stab at this, if at this time, please, if we can have the DG NCNC. I have a couple of questions. NCDC, I'm sorry. So I don't know if the DG NCDC can avail us with his presence so that we can take our questions all together. Yes, DG NCDC, please, so that you can address the House. Thank you, DG. You're welcome. Has he just come in? Okay, Dr. Mamora is here. You're welcome, Dr. Mamora. Okay, DG NCSC. I want to read NCDC. Sorry, I keep mixing it up. You've done a good job, and we commend you. Well, you are reported to have made certain statements that have gone all over. And many people have latched onto your statement.
about the middle of a crisis not being a good time to amend a law. You also purported to have said that no one consulted you. And I'd like some clarification on those two statements. In making that clarification, or in asking that question, I want to read what we have all just heard from the leader of the Presidential Task Force and the Secretary to the Government. Paragraph 18, the SGF states, just as important is the need to provide a strengthened legislative framework for dealing with future public health emergencies in a changing world. The current Quarantine Act needs to be updated due to the unique nature of emerging infections such as COVID-19. The dramatic impact this has on sectors beyond just health, and the urgency required to deal with such pandemic. That's from your team, and that's paragraph 18. Paragraph 20. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned when the combined leadership of the National Assembly was briefed on 9th April 2020, our nation is at war against a very dangerous, unseen, and ubiquitous enemy. And all hands must be on deck to successfully prosecute the war. In addition to providing the kind of leadership already demonstrated, the National Assembly finds itself in the unique position to do the following, though not exhaustive. 1, develop a legislative framework to prepare Nigeria for any future pandemic. 2, develop a legislative framework for reforming and transforming our healthcare system. DG, I would like to know how you stack that up against your now famous position that this is not the time to amend the Quarantine Act. In answering that, because it is of concern to all of us, because we must listen to and hang on to your everyday word, because you are the expert. You also stated that the House did not consult you. I'm not going to ask the question, but I'm just going to put it out there. That it is not at the stage we took that bill that we consult stakeholders. It's not done. Stakeholders are consulted at the stage of public hearing or at the committee level, not before, not at first or second reading. So the question for me is, DG, have you had people escaping the isolation centers? Have you had situations where somebody escapes an isolation center? And I believe you have. We've had reported cases of people escaping the isolation center. How does the current law deal with somebody who escapes an isolation center today? How does the current law deal with somebody who escapes an isolation center and has the potential of infecting, even in 1 hour, hundreds of people? Second, is the current virus, the COVID-19, is it covered by the Quarantine Act? Because from my belief, it is not. So those are the questions I want you to answer, and also whether airports from which this virus came is covered under the current Quarantine Act. So, honorable colleagues, those are the questions, and I don't know if some colleagues have further questions before we go back to... No, there's no presentation. You don't have one. You don't have one. You have a presentation, did you?
Silence, please. Silence,
I asked
please.
earlier if there was any need. The minister here, the minister's he's covered it. Oh, the minister has a presentation. Okay, because I was asking that question earlier. Okay. So, please take note of those questions. Since the minister, and I asked earlier, has his own presentation. Honorable colleagues. Okay, members think you should answer the question. So let's go ahead. Go ahead, DG.
Right Honorable Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives, Your Excellency the Deputy Speaker, principal officers of this esteemed House, honorable members of the House of Representatives, members of the Presidential Task Force, the chairman of the House Committee on Health, who I speak with almost every day. It's a privilege to appear before you, Mr. Speaker, for the fourth time in 2 months. Mr. Speaker, there could not be a bigger champion of a change in our legislative framework to fight infectious diseases than myself. In my position as the Director General of the newly established Nigeria Center for Disease Control, we are the most affected by the deficiencies of the laws as they stand at the moment in our fight against infectious diseases. Mr. Speaker, in answer to your 2 specific questions, these questions were thrown to me in the context of a television interview on the same morning that I had seen the bill for the first time. You're absolutely right in saying that the point for consultation had not reached. But I was answering to a specific question by the journalist at the time. Had I been consulted? The only honest answer to give at the time was that I hadn't been, because I hadn't been. So I really look forward to having the opportunity to working with your House in refining this bill. The responsibilities of the Nigeria Center for Disease Control are actually very specific. There are many other stakeholders that have wide-reaching responsibilities at the federal, at the state level, at the local government level, in protecting us from the threat of infectious diseases. So, Mr. Speaker, without going into the details of what was said or not in the public space, I'd like to assure yourself and all the members, and I think I speak for the Presidential Task Force, my Honorable Minister, and every member of our team, that we look forward to a new infectious disease bill, in fact, a new public health bill that brings together the functions of all the agencies, defines responsibility, and leads us to a position where we can really be in a stronger position to protect the health of Nigerians in our Federal Republic. Mr. Speaker, I am sorry if these comments caused any offense, but you could not have a stronger ally. You could not have a stronger ally in the review of our legislative framework to the fight against infectious disease in our country. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. When do you think we should do that? After the crisis?
The Right Honorable Speaker, it's not a question that I can answer. Right now, I am working on your behalf and on behalf of all Nigerians. There are many of us on the front lines. We work 18 hours every day, non-stop, Sunday, Saturday. We have not stopped for 3 months, sir. We will not stop. My promise is that we will keep at this. This is a marathon, it's not a sprint, And we will assure all members of the House here, together with the leadership that meet every day to assess and provide us guidance, that we are in this fight for the long term. Thank you, sir.
Honorable members, should I let the question go and we move on, or do I have a follow-up question? So your answer to my question is it can be done in the middle of a crisis, yes or no? In fact, I put it to you that the best time to amend a bill, is in the middle of a crisis. So, yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, it's not in my position to provide an answer. I think you're right in your process. Mine is to do the job.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's start from here. No, the minister, sorry. Oh, okay, the DG, let the minister, and then we'll come back to you. The Honourable Minister. He has a presentation. Honourable Minister, hopefully your presentation is different from that of the SGF. No, in the interest of time, if we can just quickly wrap it up. Yes. Thank you, Honourable Minister. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker of the House, Your Excellencies, the Principal Officers of the House, Clerk of the House, Honourable Members of the
be seated, please.
House of Representatives, the
Get seated.
The Chairman of the PTF and members of the PTF. It is my honor and privilege to be called upon to address this honorable House from the point of view of the Federal Ministry of Health. My address shall rest significantly on the very comprehensive statement that the Chairman of the House, Chairman of the Presidential Task Force has given, and also break lightly into the two segments. First of all, an overview of the health sector response on coronavirus disease, and also a brief entry into Kano, not to extend the time too much. The index case of the coronavirus disease was recorded in Nigeria on the 27th of February 2020 through an Italian who arrived in Nigeria on the 24th of February. Thanks to the fast action by the attending physician, diagnosis was swiftly made and contact tracing started, which yielded 179 persons of interest, of which one was positive for coronavirus. Index and contact were successfully treated and discharged. Had we had no other entry into the country, that would have been the end of the story. But dozens more persons were to arrive, mainly from Europe and also from the Americas, carrying the coronavirus. The tracing of the contacts could no longer, because of the volume, could no longer be pursued with the same efficiency, pushing us away towards the new phase we call community transmission. As of today, there are 282 confirmed cases in Nigeria, of which 417 have been treated successfully and discharged, while we have 93 deaths recorded, sadly.
Yeah, Honourable Minister, I mean, these are issues that the SGF has addressed, and they're very important issues, but it's only because of the time.
Those are the primaries, Your Excellency.
Yeah, just because of the time. So
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. So if we want, if we have other issues that have not been touched upon, let us address them, because members are itching to ask a couple of questions.
Yes, this is a 2-page address, and with a little bit more than that. Nigeria has since transitioned from disease importation to community transition phase, meaning that cases coming now are no longer traceable to a travel history or contact with someone who came from abroad. This is a phase of more rapid spread, where more testing needs to be done, and to boost demand, therefore, the Federal Ministry of Health brought in manpower capacity from the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency to anchor community engagement and mobilization, to create awareness and test demand for testing for coronavirus. More efforts are on to improve surveillance, sample collection strategies, and transport logistics to laboratories, and also reduce the turnaround time for tests. The testing strategy was initially a targeted one, but has now changed in view of the different phase we are in to one with broader outreach following best practices. There is increased global demand for COVID-19 commodities globally, leading to scarcity in many places. We therefore opt to use our resources in the most efficient way possible and have open discussions with potential domestic manufacturers, and also emphasize more judicious use of scarce commodities. As for testing, we have opted, as I said, for smart testing, going where we are likely to get more yield of the disease-positive persons. The recent marked increase in the numbers of new COVID-19 cases is due to scaled-up implementation of our new case-finding strategy, and with house-to-house and cluster testing, and using revised criteria for sample collection, yields more people with the disease to be transferred to treatment centers. We have deployed COVID-19 starter packs to all tertiary health institutions to complement what was sent to states. These medical consumables include personal protective equipment to ensure frontline healthcare workers are protected. A pressing urgency is to get isolation centers and bed spaces in all states of the Federation ready. We are working with state authorities and the FCT to prioritize this. May I use this opportunity, Your Excellencies, to request honorable members to continue being involved in surveillance and notification efforts in their constituencies, and to actively support the drive to scale up bed space creation for isolation and treatment in their states. We have started training, capacity building of intensive care workforce for various parts of the country where ventilators will be deployed. Now to Kano. Your Excellencies, Kano has many commonalities with Lagos regarding population and population density and a highly mobile commercial population, but it is much less prepared to handle public health disease outbreaks due to lack of experience that Lagos had with Ebola in 2014. Manpower and response infrastructure are also not as developed as in Lagos. Since the index case was reported in Kano State in April, we have now had a total of 365 positive cases and 8 fatalities. Following the report of unexplained deaths, we deployed a high-level team of fact-finding experts from the Federal Ministry of Health immediately to Kano, with specific terms of reference, including investigation of the unexplained deaths in the state. The initial report was of a challenge with testing as a result of a laboratory shutdown when some staff tested positive for coronavirus 19. The leadership of the State Task Force on COVID-19, and some doctors had also tested positive under yet unclear circumstances, and they all went into isolation. This led to a serious challenge of overall coordination and domino effect failure of several state health service delivery systems. And it also necessitated the dispatch of a selected technical team now supporting the Kano State Ministry of Health in restoring service. The laboratory has since been decontaminated and reopened, and testing has started. We also increased capacity testing with additional laboratory by Bayero University Kano, in addition to Aminu Kano University Teaching Hospital. More rapid response teams have been deployed to build capacity of the health workers and ensure that appropriate infection prevention and control protocols are followed at all times by the health workers. Please. The situation is being brought under control, and the setbacks in routine hospital service delivery are being addressed by the line experts from National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Department of Family Health, and the pathologists from the Federal Ministry of Health, and also specialists from the Infectious Disease Hospital in Irua. Our experts are participating in the investigation of the unexplained deaths in Kano, and the team shall be reinforced according to needs expressed by the state government to strengthen its healthcare structure and capacity. To ensure that immunization and routine services like antenatal clinic and attendance to other services are being carried out, we have ensured that family health services are working with all the hospitals, both state and federal owned, not to ignore other ailments while focusing on COVID-19. An ambulance transport network from the Federal Ministry of Health has been set up in Kano, supported with ambulances provided by the Federal Road Safety Commission, and they have arrived Kano to set up a dial-up structure for emergency patient transport, especially in view of the lockdown, where transport will be an issue for citizens. Finally, the challenges. The response is not without challenges. A major challenge being the containment of community transmission in Kano. Most of the cases in other states were cases which were transferred from neighboring states. That is why we have advised all citizens to avoid interstate travel at this time and observe all preventive measures that have been instructed in the President's statement. To observe physical distancing, hand and respiratory hygiene, and use of masks when leaving the home. Our chances of being able to succeed with this transmission strategy, with this strategy, is to walk a thin line between opening the economy, as the President has done, and also increasing and improving our response on the health side to make sure that we do not lose value on that side. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable colleagues, we'll now throw open the ball. Let me just acknowledge, I've just found out that there are a lot more members of the PTF. They came in their full complement that we were expecting. And the DG, NCDC, the Honorable Minister of Health, and the SGF. But we have with us the Chairman PTF, we have the Minister of Health, we have Dr. Mamora, the Minister of State for Health, we have Alhaji Lai Mohammed, Minister of Information. We have Barrister Oyema, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Minister of State for Education, Honorable Wajuba. The DG NCDC, National Coordinator of PTF, Dr. Sani Aliu. We have the PAMSEC, GSO CGF, Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. We have the Honorable Minister Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar. We have one of us, or used to be one of us, Senator Hadi Sirika, Minister of Aviation. Of course, Honorable El Yakub is here, and Willie Bassi, Director, information on the Office of the Secretary of the Government. So we'll start from here. So I guess with it, you can throw your questions to any one of the on the list here. Now, other members, you'll have to forgive me. First of all, we've changed our sitting and everybody's wearing a mask, so it's very, very difficult to know who is whatever we'll deal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Right Honorable Engineer Muhammad Ali Udil. I represent Udil Garko Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kano State. First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me thank you, the Deputy Speaker, the leadership, and the entire House for supporting the motion moved by the leader of this House, and for the prompt action from the Executive and the Presidential Committee. I extend this thanks to the leader of the Presidential Task Team, the SDF, and the entire team. Mr. Speaker, my questions are two. One, part of our resolution is to have a testing center in each of the 44 local governments, and of the 774 local governments in Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, Kano now, with its population, there are only 3 testing centers. I would like to ask the PTF whether that center is enough to take care of the community transmission going on in Kano. 2, Mr. Speaker, there were news that Madagascar used Artemisia Chazargade to cure this COVID-19. And even they exported the concoction to other countries. The medicine to other countries. I want to confirm from the committee or from the experts whether this Chazargade or Artemisia is confirmed to cure this COVID-19, because what we are hearing, Madagascar uses to cure its citizens from this deadly virus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I hope our guests are taking notes of the questions. German Army.
Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Abdurazak Namdas. I represent the good people of Ganye, Jada, Tongumai, Velua. I am from Adamawa State. Mr. Speaker, my question is directed to the chairman of the PTF. He has mentioned a lot of interventions that the federal government has done in Kano in terms of personnel, food, other palliatives, and what have you. But we have seen viral videos of people that are already in isolation centers saying that they've not been taken care of, there is no social distancing, they're even alleging that they are not getting a lot of medical attention. In fact, they've not been even given certain medical either drugs or what have you. I want to ask whether the PTF chairman has actually been monitoring that, and if you have, what is your response to that? Number 2, sir, just quickly, has to do with the research. In his speech, he has consistently mentioned about the need to have research, and our research men should come forward and do something about the COVID-19. I want to know at this stage, has anybody come to them? Are they making any, at least inviting people, other researchers, at which stage are these research going on? Can you just give us a little insight as to whether something is going or it's just a mere discussion? I so ask Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we'll just keep climbing up and then move to the next row. In the red cap, your black mask, I can, no, yes. Who's that? TJ. TJ. Go ahead, let's limit our questions to a minute, please, so that we can cover as many as possible.
Mr. Speaker, sir, dear colleagues, our invited guests, thank you for this privilege. Quickly, sir, I am not in any way unaware of the fact that we don't have resources to cater for the required people who are seriously in crisis at this particular time. China, with their resources, in 2 months, spent $270 billion. That's about 10 years our national budget. So I'm not expecting that. However, I have fear that the reason why there's pressure from the economic collapse has been alluded by some economists. The reason why we are relaxing this lockdown is because people are complaining of hunger and what have you. I have this fear that it's like a child, a 6, 7-year-old child. It's a question, sir. A 7-year-old child is going somewhere that you know is risky as a father. You're going towards fire. The more you call him, the more you attempt to go there. You leave the child to go into the fire. I've seen videos of what happened yesterday in Abuja alone. The number of people in Iriatiri GT Bank, number of people in Zenny Bank, Usechu. This morning, the bridge between Asaba and Onitsha, I had a kind of video of people as if it was a war situation. People were moving a mass. Sir, can't we be more effective in our palliative distribution so that people who actually need this palliative get it? So for us to, for now, still shut down, have to flatten this curve. I fear that we are throwing our kids into the road to say, if you want to die, die. Sir, can we sincerely improve how the palliative gets to those who need it so as to cut the curve better? That is my...
Honorable Megari.
Kasim Udello Maigari are my names. I speak for the good people of Jardin Weros in Federal Constituency. I'm from Taraba State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is a second leg to my brother's question, the chairman of ARMY. And my question goes to the Minister of Information. Sir, there's misleading videos going around. You see people at the isolation center sending videos telling people that there is no coronavirus at all. That you just pack them, keep them there, you are just making money out of it. And we know the level of illiteracy we have in this country. We know the impact of these videos that they will make in the fight against this COVID-19. What are you doing to stop this thing or to stop the circulation of those videos? Thank you.
In green. Is that comrade? Comrade, that's... Comrade will be the last on this row, and then we move to this this column.
Honorable Speaker, I'm from Kano State. And my name is Comrade Aminu Suleiman. I represent Fagge Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I have two questions for this noble committee fighting this pandemic. One, last week, honorable Speaker, I read a very disturbing story in Daily Trust, where the police spokesperson was telling Nigerians all the world over that the police and probably other security agencies are operating without any protective equipments and wear. And very many of us pass along our streets, and we do observe that police and other security agencies are performing their duties without protective gears. I think for their own sake and the sake of other Nigerians, we needed to know why police in particular should not be one of the greatest partners in this fight, second to health workers. In the statement, police and other security agencies are not being involved in the palliatives, particularly allowances being paid to health workers. I think this is most unfair. Two, for my own education, or our own education, I needed the chairman of the PTF to explain to us for our own education, because people ask us and we represent them, and we have responsibility to ensure that people appreciate the danger of this challenge and for them to adhere to instruction and guidelines by health practitioners. For our own education, I needed to know, because it is a global knowledge that this pandemic have no cure yet. People that goes to the isolation center, please, for our own education, I am not intending to make a caricature of this question. What nature of treatment, what do we give them that makes them recover and be discharged after 2-3 weeks? Because it is a global knowledge that it has no cure. I want to know for my own education, so that if I'm challenged, I'll be able to say, these are the answers. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. So we move to this column here. Honorable Nwauba, then Honorable Chris, and then Honorable Nasir, and then we'll climb up.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I remain Honorable Henry Nwauba, and I speak for the enterprising people of Litoli, Keduru Federal Constituency of Imo State. I'd like to ask a direct question to the PTF. In Kano State, this House passed a resolution last week that we wanted to know the reasons for the mysterious deaths. And yesterday in the press, it was put or ascribed to COVID-19, which obviously would have an impact on the numbers that are coming out daily. So I'd like to ask, is this true? Can you confirm to this House that the deaths that have happened mysteriously in Kano State, over 690 deaths, have or can be attributed to COVID-19? Secondly, this House, in early February, passed a resolution warning Nigerians that a lockdown was imminent. Indeed, during our debates, we prescribed certain measures, including that schools should be shut down. As NCDC, over the past 5 weeks that this country has been locked down, what preventive or proactive measures have you been engaged in? Instead of waiting, keeping us at home, and giving the impression that perhaps we're sitting this out, what cognate steps are you taking as NCDC to make sure that we're not always reacting? Because it seems to me, or to us, to this house, that this pandemic was always going to come to Nigeria. And while the house was shouting, it seems to us that perhaps the NCDC was asleep. So if you can please tell us the steps that you are taking today, in addition to keeping Nigerians at home, to ensure that we come out of this call sooner than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my respected colleagues. I guess you're welcome. I want to thank you for the effort you're making, but I want to quickly ask that this House is also proactive to make some suggestions on how to move Nigeria forward. Number one, the challenges of spreading of this disease is very high. We want to see if there are put-down measures to ramp up testing, and without only waiting for imported test kits, are there moves by the government, especially interministerial or through this task force, to set up a group of, or a sub-task force or a sub-body that can ensure that our local capacity is being exploited to develop to ramp up our ability to test, not only waiting for imported test kits. That's one. Two, because the demand for us to have testing centers and increasing our laboratory, the labs, from about 16 to having at least one to every state and two to major cities like Lagos, Kano, and other places is very important. What measures are we putting in place to ensure? Because we are afraid of what will happen in the second wave, which is going to come as a result of community transmission. It is critical that we must ramp up testing. So we must make sure that ability to provide enough test kits, testing centers, if need be, to provide mobile testing centers, like we said, based on vehicle and expert hands, to be able to reach every local government in the country, while every state at least must have a laboratory. It is very important that we look at that. Then opportunities that we'll get out of this crisis, we want this committee to set up a subcommittee of scientifically minded people to look at opportunities in the country that will bring about research on, say PPE production locally, not to wait for import. No, the truth is that we cannot allow our frontline workers to die. We must see for a way to produce PPE locally. We must exploit that opportunity. It's out there. And if you have made every effort to do that, we want to see those opportunities for us here so that we can afford to meet our demand. Anything that is not locally sustainable cannot serve us. So
thank you. You're done?
I'm about to round up now. So also generally, the twin aspect of not only providing food and pharmaceutical, we must look at ways to make sure that we sustain ourselves beyond this period.
Okay, sit down.
Thank you.
Honorable Nasiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Nasir Ahmed. I represent Nasarawa Federal Constituency, and I'm from Kano State. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by expressing my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the PTF for the job that they're doing. I believe it's very, very commendable. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, in his speech, mentioned that the easing of the lockdown would start on the 4th of May, which was yesterday. Now, my question is, we've seen the first wave of the coronavirus or of the COVID-19. We've seen what is happening. Now, with the easing of the lockdown, we know that definitely the second wave is going to come out. And from the videos that we've been seeing online, people going to banks without masks, and some actually borrowing other people's masks to enter inside the bank and come out. We know that a second wave is going to come. Now, how prepared are you for that second wave? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, going back to the question that Honorable Henry asked about Kano, a technical team was indeed sent to Kano. And in less than 48 hours after that technical team was sent to Kano, I saw a report on Daily Trust that all the deaths in Kano was from COVID-19, just like Honorable Henry said. My question is, did that technical team send a report to the PTF? And if indeed they sent that report, can they make that report public? Because what we want to know is how did they arrive at that conclusion that the mass death in Kano is from COVID-19? Is that the official position of the PTF, or is it the position of the technical team? I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so we'll take Honorable Koko, Honorable Gimba, Honorable Gagdi, and then we'll move up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Koko. I represent the good people of Koko, based at Mayama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kebbi State. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable colleagues, my question is very straightforward to Minister of Health or the DG of NCDC. My constituents, the people I represent, are mostly farmers who are locals. I got a lot of calls even this morning that I should confirm to them as their representative that they have some calls, contacts, information from people that were isolated. After 2 weeks, and they said they are okay, they are cured. And they used to ask them questions that they only got vitamin C and carrots for 2 weeks, and they are healed. Please, Mr. Health, can you confirm that vitamin C and carrot can heal COVID-19? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Gagdi. I'm sorry, Honorable Gimba. Honorable Gimba, then Honorable Gagdi.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my question goes to the chairman of the task force. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to inform the chairman that Borno is also moving as fast as Kano. Because for now, Borno is almost number 4 or 5 on the list. And the index from Borno come from a community infection, not person to person. And day by day, it is moving from 10s to above that. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there is any measures you are taking to avoid the situation that happened in Kano. And secondly, Mr. Chairman, Borno is a community where the economic situation has been down for years, and people find it very difficult even to buy the face masks. And I don't know if your committee, with all the huge donations you have, will assist those people that only need 500 naira to survive in a day to have some of these face masks and other preventive materials. Because somebody would just come out in the morning to go to the market to get 500 to survive, and a face mask is 600. And another thing is, Mr. Chairman, I don't know the rationale behind allowing people to go to the market and then stopping people from going to the church and to the mosque. I'm not saying that people should go to the church and to the mosque, but I don't know the rationale between allowing people to go to the market and then stopping people from going to the church. And so that is my question, Mr.
Honorable Yusuf Gagdi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. My name is Yusuf Gagdi. I represent Panshinkanke Kanam. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Plateau State. But Mr. Speaker, before I ask my question, I have a little problem. Mr. Speaker, the committee should listen to the members. Just like they listen in their own executive council, they should learn from the chairman of this committee who have his biro and paper to take notes instead of touching our phones. We don't touch phones here, even the members. Mr. Speaker, my question first goes to the NCDC. And I disagree with one thing he said, Mr. Speaker. From his submission, Mr. Speaker, he was answering a specific question by a journalist. Were you consulted? And he said no. If you have the capacity and the strength to answer a journalist, give a journalist an honest answer, you should have the honesty and the capacity to give Mr. Speaker an honest answer. There are questions Mr. Speaker asks you, you don't have answer for them, but you have an honest answer for journalists. We need that answer here. Mr. Speaker, the issue of funds, the chairman of the committee has made mention of infrastructural donations, finances, plus including grains and food items that were given. He was specific when it comes to the rice, how many number of trucks they gave out. This is the good opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for Nigerians who elected parliament in the wisdom of our constitution to know in specific times, just to open that account number, how much was donated into that account, and mention it to the parliament should have been the easiest thing the chairman of this committee would have done. So, Mr. Speaker, just like he was specific in the number of trucks of rice given to Nigerians, the parliament want him to be specific in the amount of money contributed by Nigerians and non-Nigerians. We want to know so that Nigeria will hold government accountable and responsible for those donations made in the interest of this country. Mr. Speaker, finally, about the legislative needs. They have mentioned their legislative needs. It's a statement. The parliament reserves the constitutional right, Mr. Speaker, to make laws at any time they want to make laws. So we don't want to know whether this is the best time or this is not the best time. Our responsibility is to make laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I think we'll just take, so that we can cover the field. We'll take Honorable Jaha and then move to this column. Otherwise, we will leave it. And our guests also have so much, they still have to respond. Honorable Jaha, and then we'll move to this.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. Ahmed Jaha Babao is my name, and I represent Chibok, Dambua, Goza Federal Constituency, including the remaining 105 not yet recovered objects. Mr. Speaker, I just rise to confirm that Honorable Dr. Zainab Gimba has already asked the questions I wanted to forward. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll move here and then climb up. Honorable Faleke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is James Abiodun Faleke. I represent Ikeja, Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my question goes to the Ministry of Health and, of course, NCDC. First is to expound more on the question my colleague asked, Honorable Wangba. Honorable Minister of Health, the COVID-19, the virus, was noticed in China sometimes in December 2019. And it is glaring that Nigerians, as businessmen, travel all over the world. From China, I think he moved to Europe, then to US. My colleague had asked, what measure did we take in preventing this entrance of COVID-19 into Nigeria as at that time, since December 2019? The question I want to ask is, why did it take us up to February, March to start testing people coming into Nigeria from our various airports? Will I be right to say that the Ministry of Health and, of course, NCDC failed Nigerians in this aspect? Second question. The Minister of Health, you mentioned that so far you've tested about 400 people in Kano. If I picked your figure very correct. If in weeks we have only tested 400 people out of millions of people in Kano, do you think we are doing enough? Why is it that we cannot adopt what South Africa is doing by using an equipment called Gene Experts, which of course tests and provide results in 45 minutes? This, I think, is a serious issue, and before you test the entire Kano, it might take us 2 years at the rate at which we are going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Onanuga.
Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, my name is Rep. Otumba Adeunwi Oriyomi Onanuga. I represent the fabulously united people of the Plenary, Sagamu, Remo North. I am from Ogun State. My question is to the chairman of the PTF to disseminate as he so pleases. I wanted to ask, how far inwards are we looking with regards to indigenous treatments? A colleague of mine just discussed about the Madagascar concussion. The WHO is very lenient with the Western world as regards their research, which, if looked into properly, has a lot of the herbs that are within Africa and especially Nigeria. Chloroquine, for example, we have a lot of herbs that we use locally that treats malaria. In the absence of African Health Organization, AHO, Nigeria Health Organization, what exactly is the committee looking at with regards to encouraging our herbal practitioners? The second question is, there are lots of technological institutions that have invented a lot of working contraptions, if you want to say, or working equipments, like hands-free hand-washing units, walk-in sanitizing frames. A lot of them are on the social media. We have seen so many of it. What is the Presidential Task Force doing about encouraging and putting these things within the reach of the general Nigerians? Thank you very much.
Honorable Dr. Achibong, Dr. Achibong, the chairman power, and then Benson, and then we'll take two more, and then we'll move to this side. We can't take everybody.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for yielding the floor to me. My name is Dr. Henry Achibong. I represent and I speak for the good people of Itu, Ibiono Federal Constituency in Akwa Ibom State. My question goes to any of the committee members. Mr. Speaker, what is happening in Nigeria today is that the common man believes that this is the sickness for the rich people. If you go out, they are happy, they tell you that they are happy that it's not a disease for the poor. Now, I want to know, do we have members of the National Orientation Agency in this committee? Because we have seen where people attend burials in these times. We see the number of people that go for the burial. Somebody alluded to the fact that yesterday people flooded the bank. If you go into the interior community, they tell you that this disease does not affect them. So it tells me that there is not enough public awareness or campaign that touches these people, apart from the ones that we see on TV. What is the committee doing to take this campaign to the grassroots with public microphones and all that, so that they will now get to understand that this disease, this infection is not only limited to the elites in the society. And then that will also explain the reason why some people, for fear of stigma, refuse to go and be tested. Because once they believe that once you are pronounced a COVID-19 infected person, you become a pariah in the society. So what are they doing to enlighten the people on these negative beliefs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Magajida Waliu, member Trentum Boji. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm from Jigawa State. Let me start by also commending the task force. But they have said so many things they intend to achieve. But I've never heard them to say anything about prayers. What are they doing about prayers from our pastors and imams? It's very essential. Number two, I would like to ask the CDC chairman, what is in a given isolation center, what is the organogram in the center? Who and who is found? Because from the pillars we are receiving in Kano isolation centers, there is nobody in charge. Nobody in charge of medicine, pharmaceuticals, security, and even admin. The patients in Kano isolation centers are made to clean their rooms themselves. The feeding is also very poor. Thank you.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we'll take Honorable Benson, Honorable Kalambari, and I think Honorable Chinedu is up there, and we'll take him, and then we'll move to this row. We really have to do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for yielding the floor to me. My name is Baba Jimmy Benson. I represent the enterprising people of the Ikorodu Federal Constituency. My question goes to the CDC man. The index case in Nigeria was discovered February 27th of February. The incidence case in the UK was discovered 28th of February. UK already has 30,000 deaths, whereas Nigeria has 93 deaths. Despite the infrastructure advantage that the UK has over Nigeria, and the fact that they are better equipped to adhere to social distance protocol, what can you say is the reason for this difference? Number two, Mr. Speaker did ask you a question, and you haven't provided the answer. What is the penalty for a patient who escapes quarantine? The third leg is the mark of a decent public administrator is to have to have proactiveness. On two accounts, you have not shown yourself to be a proactive administrator. Honorable Faleke said that the first index case in China was last year, and the first test case we had in Nigeria was in February 2020. The Parliament was being proactive by trying to formulate a legislation that will meet this current needs. But you also said that that legislation is too early in the day to start. What assurances do we have that going forward you will exhibit proactiveness in your ways? Thank you.
Honorable Kalambari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Ahmad Abdullah Kalambena, Sardonan Kalambena is my name, and I represent Wamaku Kware Federal Constituency of Sokoto State. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues and the visitors, particularly the Minister of Health and the National Coordinator of the PTF, I have 3 questions, of which 2 were addressed by my colleagues, but I will still have to raise the one that were not raised by my honorable colleagues. The Honorable Minister, there is a news going around and accredited to you that Nigeria has agreed to go for clinical trials of the COVID-19 vaccine. Can you please shed more light on this? And where are the vaccines coming from? Because it is on daily saying that the vaccines is not yet found. Thank you.
Honorable Chinedu.
Hello, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Chinedu Benjamin Obidigwe, Anambra East and West Federal Constituency, Anambra State. My first question goes to the Chairman, PTF, and SDF of the Federation. The question is on the palliative measures of the government. Why is it one?
Chief Whip.
The people from the southeast and south-south are looking at the palliative measures, distribution of food, distribution of the cash involved, as if to say it is one-sided. SGF, what is the relationship between the PTF and the Ministry of Humanity and Social Development?
Honorable Magdila, please approach the Chief Whip.
Are being carried along. Number 2, the Chinese doctors, we heard that Chinese doctors are around. And we also heard that they have been tested and they're all negative. What are their functions now? What are they doing to help Nigerians, especially as it concerns Kano State and other states like Lagos? Are they truly working for us? What is their relationship with NMA? Thank you.
All right, members, can we please restrict our questions to a minute each? We're really, really running out of time here. So we'll move to this. Honorable Nogo. Let's start from there. Okay, Honorable Toby. Oh, Toby, you're in leadership. Wait a minute, let's address, our members have very important questions. Honorable Toby, 1 minute. Honorable Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Sam Onu Ibu. I represent the good people of Great Ikuano, Umuahia North, Umuahia South Federal Constituency. from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, my question is very simple. And I'm asking that question straight to the DG of NCDC. I recall that in January, you were in our interactive meeting. That's the Health Services Committee. And the speaker was there. And issues were raised about the seriousness of this Chinese virus 19, which they call COVID. And the issue was about preparations, which some of my colleagues have addressed. How prepared you are, the challenges you have faced. And the questions then from Mr. Speaker and some of the members were on how ready we were. That was in January, before you traveled. But the question I want to ask is the manpower. Because I know that this is a novel Chinese virus. But what's the level of preparation for manpower? We were not prepared, it's obvious, from the challenges we have faced, and how we've adopted almost a near, well, for lack of words, almost near haphazard approaches. So what's the level of preparation as far as manpower is concerned? Have we been able to get people from other places? And how prepared are we? How are we getting ready in case we are faced with this in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, I am Honorable Ferdinand Ozewanko, member representing the good people of Unjikoka and Ocha Dunukofia Federal Constituency, and I'm from Anambra State. Honorable colleagues at the top, can you please disperse? Please. Thank you again. Right, Honorable Speaker. My question goes straight to the Minister for Health. I understand that we have shortage of test kits. I'm aware that a very big pharmaceutical manufacturer in Sweden gave Nigeria some very large quantity of test kits and we funded globally. Yet, we are complaining and saying that we don't have enough test kits to test our citizens. We are also aware that other countries or free donors have given to us test kits. Can you let us know how many donors or how many countries or how many private individuals have availed to us the test kits? Also, on my second question is on health insurance. I'm aware that doctors, nurses, and pharmacists are covered in the Nigerian health insurance. Do you have any provisions for other health workers like cleaners and lab scientists and others? And the third question is on the chairman of the PTF concerning the economy. What is our plans for our businessmen, our companies that could not afford at this point in time to pay taxes? And I understand that FIRS is already telling people to pay taxes. What is our measure? What are our measures we are putting in place, either for giving tax holiday or even cutting it? Thank you. And another final question, Mr. Speaker. That goes to NCDC. I want to find out whether animals can be affected with coronavirus, as it was in Tanzania. Thank you so much.
Honorable Bonta. Okay, no, that's not. It's not, okay. Okay. Honorable. No, Honorable Obina, no, behind Honorable Obina.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, thank you for the opportunity. Agbedi Yetimna Frederick is my name. I represent Sagbama Kremo Federal Constituency. Izonkeme, I'm from Bayelsa State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my first question is on Kano, on the worrisome situation in Kano. And it is whether this committee and the Kano state government has been able to agree whether it's COVID-19 or other infectious diseases that is ravaging Kano. A number of us are confused as to what the true situation is, and I think that we need to know.
That first question was already asked. So we need to be listening to each other. It was already asked.
Thank you.
No. No, Honorable Victor. Behind Honorable Victor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, that's you now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Comrade Chinedu Oga.
No, Chinedu, it wasn't you. It was Prince.
Thank you, the People's Speaker. My name is Uchuchuku Namubi, and I represent the good people of Ahoda West and Oba Ibema Dani from River State. Mr. Speaker, and my dear colleagues, these are not normal times, and I believe for one that this presidential task force wasn't set up to destroy wealth, neither was it set up to destroy health. My question goes to the yardstick with which you are setting up centers across the nation. I would not bring the peculiarity of River State to bear, but I want to say that it will be nice, it will be very, very good that this goes across the various states so that the aged that we are seeking to protect, the sick that we seek to ensure that they get these things, the palliatives and all of that, will get it. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, now you mentioned school feeding, and we understand that all our school children are home. How do you hope to feed them while they're still home? And finally, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, is it possible that ensuring that Nigerians wear the masks will do the magic for us? What is the plan? What is the long-term plan? How do we hope to even enforce it apart from locking people up? Assuming you have them and you take them to the mobile courts, and eventually what they do is they become ex-convicts. How does that help the other people? What punitive measures do you hope to achieve through that? So I pray that you look at these things critically and ensure that you look deeply into the problems of our constituents and our states. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll just close with Honorable Mukhtar and Honorable Igariwe. Honorable Igariwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my very respected colleagues. My name is Honorable Igariwe Ituma. I represent Afikpo North, Afikpo South Federal Constituency. I'm from Ebonyi State. Mr. Speaker, my question goes to the Honorable Minister for Health. And it has to do with the conception or misconception in the social media or in the political space about vaccines as a protocol for treatment or for prevention of diseases, either infectious diseases or any other type of diseases. I know the Honorable Minister is a scientist. I want him to tell us, including telling Nigerians, about vaccines, the use of vaccines, either for prophylaxis, that's for prevention, or as treatment If vaccines are good, Nigerians should know. If vaccines are bad, Nigerians should know. And then I would like to know what the ministry is doing towards pushing back at the misconception that is everywhere in the public space. That's my question to the Honorable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The last question, maybe Honorable Olododo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, our invited guests. My question is just one or two. Sir, I want to commend the PTF, but especially the chairman. But the area of security, I don't know how you are going to handle the security on the road. Even when there's a relapse of lockdown, some of the security agencies rough handle Nigerians and extorted money from them. That is number one. How do you handle that? Even after the lapse of lockdown, either at the state or national level. Two, one of my colleagues mentioned the monetary donation that we heard about running to billions. And we have infrastructural donation. My question, sir, is about this monetary. Apart from the palliative of these cash they were given to Nigerians, if every Nigerian were to be, with the amount of money we had has been donated to the country, to the COVID-19 committee, I think if we were to be giving 20,000 to all Nigerians, I mean poor Nigerians, I think we are going to have excess. Instead of saying, apart from the normal social program that is going on.
Thank you.
I'm on, sir.
You have 30 more seconds to ask your question. Thank you, Honorable Olododo. Is there anyone in leadership that has a different question to ask? Anybody in leadership? Honorable Toby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Toby Okechukwu. I represent an area of Woji River Federal Constituency from Enugu State. Mr. Speaker, my questions are very simple. I want to know why, in spite of the fact that we had 2 months to go, 2 months notice, why we got it so wrong in Kano State, that we lost 640 of our citizens. It is bad they are dead, but it is worse that we do not know what killed them. Why should we, as a country, be running after the fact? Secondly, I want to know what the PTF, and particularly the ministry, is doing to avert a Kano situation in another state of the Federation. What are the steps that are being taken to make sure that you have sufficient presence in every state of the Federation with regard to testing and with regard to kits? Mr. Speaker, I want also to know from NCDC, how do they want to solve this problem in case foreign help doesn't come? What is the local content of our research
What is the local content of the professionals that you have set up to address this issue of this pandemic? What are Nigerians doing without outside help? Thank you very much.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Honorable Dede Godwin Elbelu, and I represent the good people of our North-Oshun Federal Constituency. I'm proudly from Delta State. Mr. Speaker, my questions are just few. One is, we were inundated with the issue of 5G. Does it have anything to do with COVID-19? 5G? Because outside people are saying, oh, government wants to do this and that. Number two, how can we control the issue of social distancing and barriers? With example to what happened in Maiduguri when Sheikh was buried. It was very, very, very funny. Then the last one is, how is PTF going to enforce the use of mask all over the country? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Kiruka Onye Georgia. I represent the good people of the Federal Constituency. I am from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I want to ask the PTF, because I have a motion, post and proceeding of 29th January 2020, and it contains the resolution of this House. With your kind permission, let me just read the resolutions number 1 and 2 and 3.
Yeah, speak to your mic so that they can hear you.
The House resolves to urge the Federal Ministry of Health, the Nigerian Immigration Services, the Quarantine Services, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, and other relevant agencies to set up screening centers at all ports of entry into the country to screen and watch out with the view of preventing the virus from spreading into the country. 2, also urge the Federal Ministry of Health, in collaboration with other relevant agencies, to set up testing and isolation centers in all ports of entry into the country for the purpose of detecting symptoms of the virus, and where necessary, isolate cases with particular emphasis on travelers from countries that have already had cases of the virus. And number 3, further urge all health institutions within the country to be on high alert for signs of the virus with the view of stopping the virus from spreading in the event that the virus is transmitted into the country. So my question is, because I just conferred with the clerk, that these resolutions was communicated to the executive. And I'm saying, if this is so, how did we get here? Now, that's my question.
Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, my name is Mohamed Tahir Munguno. I represent Marte Munguno, Nganzai Federal Constituency of Borno State. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we all know as Nigerians the sensitivity of giving us our loved ones to bury in the event of death. And I heard the chairman for COVID-19 FCT in the media saying that the bodies of people that died as a result of COVID-19 is not contagious in nature, that they cannot transmit the virus. Dead bodies do not transmit the virus. So if dead bodies cannot transmit the virus, what is the rationale behind the refusal of NCDC releasing the dead bodies of people that died as a result of COVID-19 to their loved ones to bury? Because we have witnessed an avalanche of such incidents in Maiduguri, where people who died as a result of COVID-19, the dead bodies were not released to their loved ones, and even the burial, the graveyard, another graveyards were designated for the burial of victims of COVID-19, as opposed to the graveyard that we know, where all dead bodies were buried in Maiduguri. So it has generated a lot of controversy. I want to know why not releasing the bodies of people that died as a result of COVID-19 to their loved ones to bury. Then two, what is the standard of ventilators per capita that every nation is supposed to have? And how many ventilators do we have in Nigeria in view of the fact that ventilators follow a very pivotal role in the cure of COVID-19? Thank you.
The Leader of the House.
Right Honorable Speaker, my respected colleagues, members of this great House, my name is Honorable Alhassan Ado Dogwa, Mr. Speaker. I represent Dogwa Chudumada Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Kano State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to first of all thank this Honorable House through you, the Leader of the House, to thank each and every member of this House for this opportunity given to the PTF and of course relevant ministries in the fight against COVID-19 to engage with the National Assembly members, specifically members of the House of Representatives, in such a productive and robust engagement. Mr. Speaker, I believe doing this today is a discharge of part of our constitutional responsibility as members representing our great people. Mr. Speaker, my question primarily is, I want to remind or to put to the chairman or any other relevant government official here that of initio, when the governor of Kano State locked down Kano, then subsequently a presidential order double locking down Kano created a problem at hand, which I still feel it was not noticed. The problem that these two double lockdowns created in the healthcare delivery system in the state, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that our conventional private and public hospitals are not working. Our conventional private and public hospitals in the city, especially in the Asian city, the specialist hospitals, other private hospitals who would have attended to, sorry to use this word, common and conventional ailments, don't work at the moment. This has therefore given rise to a situation whereby someone who has headache will have no medical doctor to recommend to him go and buy Panadol. And some of them die of such circumstances. Mr. Speaker, it has given birth to a situation whereby a woman in labor that may want to deliver will not have access to a conventional hospital to be attended to. She dies bleeding, and in the end, sometimes they will be misinterpreted as COVID death or mysterious death. There are cases of meningitis, like I've mentioned in the first day we raised this motion. Meningitis has been a seasonal case, seasonal disease in Kano and most part of the northern part of the country. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, when our conventional hospitals are not working primarily for reasons of fear by medical doctors who do not have the PPEs available to them, certainly you have so many cases where human beings and our people will continue to lose their lives, not necessarily for COVID. I want to put this to the chairman and the body of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 to take note of this, and I would like to ask that in these circumstances then, what do you have, what plans do you have to, in collaboration with the state governor, open up our private hospitals, open up our public government hospitals to attend to normal cases of ailments which can also result to death and other circumstances? Mr. Speaker, this is my first question. My second question, Mr. Speaker, even though it was raised earlier on mildly, but I want to put it quite more open. That of course we have to thank the government of the Federation Of course, I will have to thank the chairman of the PTA for a very swift engagement, swift movement into Kano to arrest this pandemic as directed or requested by this honorable house. That we must have to commend the government, and we have to commend the leader and of course all other ministries relevant to the fight against COVID-19. I want to stand here before all members as your ambassador in Kano to tell you that as from the day we passed that motion, in less than 24 hours, increasingly significant attention has been focused in Kano. The focus, of course, was in Kano and in the Asian city of Kano, where this pandemic is quite more ravaging. But the implication, Mr. Speaker, is that we have about 38 other local governments, which are as well miniatures of the kind of settlement in the city of Kano. These miniatures, villages and settlements in other local governments of the state have not yet been attended to. Thank God we have not recorded any case yet, but I believe trying to be proactive. This presidential task force on the fight against COVID-19, with specific reference to the NCDC, actions has to be taken to attend and make proactive measures to protect these 38 other local governments of Kano State, which by extension can also lead to infections to neighboring states of Kano State, God forbid. Your Excellency and honorable members, I want to, on behalf of the people and the government of Kano State, thank each and every one of you for the support you have given towards addressing this pandemic in Kano and in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, Leader. We'll take answers to the questions very quickly. I have two questions here from members from the floor. Honorable Lanre Edu wants to know that they brought, he says they brought, Chinese people were brought to Nigeria, and that he wants to know, and the House wants to know, where are they now, and what are they doing specifically? That's from Honorable Lanre Edu. And then Honorable Oleoke, that one was for the Minister of Health, and this is for the Minister of Aviation. And it's from Honorable Oluwoleoke and also Honorable Taiwo Oluga. They want to know if we can have a strategized local flights. That when will the skies be open, at least locally, and when will they be open internationally? But specifically locally, can they have strategized local flights? Since you're opening up our economy, and transportation is very, very important for that purpose. He also wants to know, Honorable Oleoke, what is the fate of our children writing WAEC and NECO? This is for the Minister of Education. So we'll take the answers from our guests. The Chairman, PTF.
The Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, honorable members, leadership of the House of Representatives, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. There are many questions that are being asked, and they have overlapping nature. I would, with the kind permission of the Honorable Speaker, I would just restrict myself to some of the questions that are of policy in nature and leave the technical ones to the experts in those fields. The first set of questions came from the Honorable Speaker himself, where he asked one about the pledges that have been made, whether all the pledges have come in. I'm not in a position to know whether all the pledges have come into the account, because there are different compartments of this intervention. One of the compartments is the one of the COVID group. That's the central bank, the banks, and the Dangote conglomerate. They have pledged certain amounts of money and certain specific interventions in infrastructure. None of that amount of money would come into the account of the PTF or of government. They've opened their account in the Central Bank of Nigeria, where all those deposits would go into as per the pledges that have come from different organizations. And they have a design program with which we interface together to agree so that we do not have duplication of the same infrastructure or the same intervention in specific areas. So that's one of the interventions. The second intervention is the one by the NMPC and the oil and gas partners. That too is situated within the same regime with the COVID intervention. None of the monies that are raised by that group will come into the coffers of the government. They are specifically designed for interventions in different areas of infrastructure, building of units, provision of ventilators, and consumables. That too, we have asked them to meet with our people to harmonize so that at the end of the day, we can proudly say from the different interventions, that is what we've been able to achieve. The third one is the United Nations Basket Fund, where you have the WHO, where you have the European Union, and every multilateral and bilateral donations that will come in. That goes into that fund. That is not managed by the government or the PTF. It is managed by the United Nations family through their basket fund. Through that, they have looked at the picture of what are the requirements in Nigeria in conjunction with the PTF and have agreed about certain areas of intervention. So those three, we cannot account for it. The one that we can account for if the need arises, because the letter I received was subject specific, dealing with Kano and what we have been able to do nationwide. The Accountant General of the Federation opened 5 accounts in different commercial banks, where all donors, apart from these 3 groups that I've mentioned, who desires to make any donation, will pay into those accounts. Whatever is paid into those accounts on a daily basis, it is mopped into the PTF account that is domiciled with the central bank. If I knew that was required, I would have asked the Accountant General, how much have you realized? Because I don't have access, neither does the PTF have access to that account. It's an account that is under the control of the federal government of Nigeria, and whatever contributions come from different individuals. Some people are paying 10,000, 1,000, 3,000 into those accounts. They are mopped up and moved into an account dedicated in the central bank. At any appropriate moment, we can make that available, but that will require an inquiry from the Accountant General. How much have gone into the account? How much have you earned? And how much have moved into that account? So that is the answer. That ties to a question by an honorable member as to, I was specific with the other items, but I was not specific with the amount. I think that explains the reason why I cannot be specific with any amount, because none of the accounts is under my direct control or that of the PTF. They are controlled from different segments of our community. The MOU, sir. The MOU has been signed with the medical doctors, with the pharmacists, with the other frontline health workers, and it is of immediate application. But that would have to go through some processes. And I know that that has even been discussed with the Minister of Finance and Budget and National Planning. That is as it relates to the federal civil servants. We have cascaded that to the states for their adaptation from state to state. Some states will vary it on the high side. Some might say that, look, considering the situation in which we are now, with meager resources coming as a result of the downturn in our earnings through the crude oil sales, we can't afford this. They will negotiate with their people and come to an agreement. What we've been able to do through our partnership with the insurance industry is that of their own volition, they've been able to give a cover to 5,000 health workers segmented into different categories, covering, as a matter of fact, they paid about 11 of insurance companies paid a premium of over 100 million for that particular package to come on board. And that's quite commendable. We can see how Nigerians from different facets of life are making every available effort to ensure that we provide for our people. I will jump the other questions because they are technical in nature. I will leave the experts to answer, but there's a particular question here that spoke about specific amount. Then the one that spoke about what are we doing. We've mentioned everything that we are doing from an honorable member, and there was no question, no reference to the place of prayer. I believe in prayers, and I know Nigerians have been praying. Probably that explains why we've not had an escalation and a deterioration at the magnitude that is facing most nations. Realizing that if you compare the fact that no country was prepared for COVID-19, and up to this moment, no country is adequately ready to deal with the issues of COVID-19. We take a step every day at a time and judge the impact of those steps. Even major economies have been crumbled to their knees as a result of the devastating effect of COVID-19. So I believe that the place of prayer is significant. And I mentioned that in paragraph 7, item 6 of my remarks this morning, when I said we were consulting with traditional rulers and religious leaders. If you watch the NTA, there's a program that is being sponsored, the Abrahamic Mission, that talks a lot about COVID-19, about the place of prayers in the two major faiths in this country. And I believe that in your individual closet, in your prayer altars back at home, and even during this very holy month of Ramadan, people are praying to God for his mercy, for his grace, to sustain and protect the people of this country and the world over. So I acknowledge the place of prayer, and I believe that prayer has successfully helped Nigeria to be where we are now. Given the dimensions and given the projections and the modeling, we ought to have crumbled by now. But I can assure you that the place of prayer has played an active role, an active part in sustaining us as a people and as a country. There was this question about the palliative being shared. Because the Honorable Minister for Humanitarian Affairs is not here, I will take that question. And it's skewed against the Southeast and the South. I don't think it is skewed. The palliatives, the first that went out, was specifically for the 3 areas where the federal government had introduced a lockdown. And with 13 other states that were considered frontline states because of the nature of the conflicts in those states, particularly in the northeastern part of the country that we have a lot of refugees. Those were the ones that benefited from the 70,000 tons of grains released from the strategic grain reserve. And what are the things that are in the strategic grain reserve? Is sorghum, maize, millet, and gari. A lot of the constituencies in Nigeria do not eat those things as stable food. So those were part of the considerations for even the sharing. But the rice that was received through the customs seizures were distributed across the nation in equal number, except for the 3 states that the federal government had put the lockdown. So I believe in this particular battle, it is the collective resolve and the will of our people that will see us through. And I will not preside over any committee that will skew any distribution or any allocation against any part of Nigeria. Nigeria is our constituency, and we will make sure that everybody satisfactorily receives whatever is deserving of in this particular attempt to create some measure of comfort or succor to our people. That is not enough. I have been in discussions with the co-COVID group. They intend to engage, and we have asked them, irrespective of political party, deal with the subnational governments in the various constituencies. That way, we will be equitable in the distribution and equitable in also dealing with our people. This is not a time for any political distribution. And they have agreed with that, and they are working on theirs. Others, well-spirited people, have also been contributing. Churches have contributed, most Islamic societies have contributed to the community. This is the time that we should truly be our brothers' keepers and be good neighbors in this dispensation. The other question has to deal with measures that are being taken with regards to the economy. The PTF has not direct bearing on the activities of the economy at this time. But Mr. President, in his wisdom, has set up two committees, three, as a matter of fact. The first one is the committee headed, the Economic Committee on the COVID-19, headed by the Honorable Minister for Finance, Budget and National Plan. That committee is to look at the impact of COVID on the economy as of now, and to bring out policies and measures that will address the adverse effect. Because I have said it often and often times, that COVID-19 has not only come to attack our health, but it's also destroying our wealth. We have to acknowledge that. So this committee's responsibility is to look at how we can fare in spite of this tremendous attack that has come on our wealth and our health. And the second committee is the Economic Sustainability Committee. That is to look at our economy post-COVID-19. What measures do we have to put in place? What are the things we need to do to stimulate the economy? The first committee has looked at how to stimulate the economy. And I think it is through that process that the central bank has come up with a lot of measures. The first one is the 100 billion, which is designed to equip our health sector, the hospitals and the pharmaceutical companies, so that they are assisted to begin to revive their manufacturing capacity, and the hospitals to expand and provide facilities. Because like I said, COVID-19 has exposed the inadequacies of our infrastructure. We must do something to address that. And there's another 50 billion to deal with small business enterprises like hotels, restaurants, and the rest of it that have greatly been impacted as a result of the closure. You know, if you go around the city of Abuja, virtually all the hotels are closed. They don't have clientele. You go to restaurants are shut up. There's basically a lot of adverse effect on those form of businesses. So I believe that in the central bank packages and the stimulus that the Economic Sustainability and the Economic Committee on COVID-19 are putting in place, we will be able to in place a lot of measures and strategies. I would only advise our people to look up on the website of the central bank. You will see the guidelines of how to access these funds through your various different banks. And I believe that working together we will be able to pull through. The other issue is how will PTF ensure social distancing and the use of masks? Truly, we've gotten to the level or to the stage of personal responsibility. This is where we have gotten to now. We must take personal responsibility for our safety, for our lives, and those of our loved ones. This is not the time to expect government or the National Assembly to take responsibilities for us. At an individual level, this is the time that we must honor. What happens subsequently will be dependent on what we do as a people and as a nation. The issue of social distancing doesn't have to be imposed by police. There are other countries disciplined enough. Taiwan didn't lock down for even 1 day. But gradually, they flattened the curve because of social distancing and the wearing of masks, and staying at home when it is not needful for you to step out of the house. Because this is a virus that is only transmitted when you have contact with people. As long as that is reduced tremendously, a tremendous percentage of infection is reduced. Added with these other items of personal hygiene, and also keeping social distance and wearing of masks. And I believe that we have come to a place where, going forward as a people and as a nation, the ways of the past must be left in the past. We must deliberately, as a result of personal choices, make that going forward, our cultural affinities, our ways of doing things have been disrupted, and they have been disrupted for good. We would never return to those days again. I'm very passionate about this because I know that that is the only way we can survive as a country, when we take personal responsibility. So the government agencies and the security agencies will do their best in enforcing social distancing by being persuasive. How many people can you take into jail? Our jail houses are already filled up. How many people can you punish? There must be a lot of persuasion in this matter. And it befalls on us, all Nigerians, leaders in different forms and in different levels, to apply the processes of persuading our people. Yesterday was the first day. You saw the crowd that came out. Did everybody have to come out, even with the limitations of people who are supposed to report in the places of work? People thought it is just another liberty awarded. So I believe Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the House, we have a collective responsibility to ensure that we persuade our people to abide by these rules, which are not punitive in nature, but they are meant to protect us as a people. And I believe with your resolve and with your encouragement and support, we'll be able to get through with this. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will cede the floor to other technical experts to answer the technical questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, SGF. Minister of Health.
Your Excellency, the Honorable Speaker of the House, Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker, may I have your permission to rest on existing protocols and continue from here in the interest of time. Your Excellencies, many of the questions, as we know, are overlapping, but I will, in answering some of them, I believe that others will find their own answers in there. First of all, the response of the government. Immediately the virus infection broke out in China, we had a response strategy, and that strategy was based on the fact that we believed the entry of this virus into this country would be by air. And we started immediately scaling up testing at our airports. We are among the first in the world to start this testing, rigorous testing. We developed questionnaires, and I believe many honorable members here who travel around that period will have found that even in London and Paris, they were not doing any questioning, they were not doing any testing. But here in Nigeria, we're doing testing, we're checking your temperature, we're checking your travel history, and watching very closely, listening to what was happening in all parts of the world. In fact, Nigeria was commended by the World Health Organization, and later on by the Secretary General of the UN, for being very proactive in preventing this disease. There was in fact a case of one Nigerian during that period who came in from Wuhan, because we were in touch with our embassy all the time on a very regular basis at the embassy in China, and we got information that this gentleman had come in and somehow or the other slipped through the control mechanism and was inside Lagos. We sent a message to the Lagos team, and they tracked him down in his house, put him under observation. Luckily, he was negative. That would have been our first case. But the first case was to come in again. We had no symptoms at the time, and by the time he entered Nigeria, 2 days later, he had been identified, also thanks to a very efficient doctor who saw him. And then the contact tracing of 179 people were done. The one who was positive, they were put immediately into isolation and treated. So the mechanism started very early, and we did well, and because of that, our cases never really rose very high like in other countries. But then, of course, the appearance of many travelers and many people overwhelmed the mechanisms we have, and it was no longer possible to control, to do all the contact tracing that followed. Now, to specifically to the questions, are the testing centers in Kano enough? For now, 3 of them, yes. Testing capacity is probably less than 50%, but as the need arises, it will increase. It will increase everywhere else in the world, in Nigeria, because we are getting access to more testing kits and also access to more testing machines. The use of artemeter, yes, we are participating in clinical trials, and these trials involve pharmaceuticals. We have in Lagos, in Abuja, we are using things which the World Health Organization set up, a system called Solidarity, to study the efficacy of certain drugs in treating COVID-19. And among those, hydroxychloroquine and the azithromycin, which were said to have been successful in some countries, although we didn't see the impact. And the chloroquine, I'm sure artemether will be among. Is there a vaccine among them? No. We are not doing vaccine tests. We are not, enrolled in any vaccine trial because the processes have not yet been developed enough for them to be safe enough. Once they're developed well enough, we may consider taking part. Now, as for those who are getting medical attention,
Deputy Chairman Finance, Deputy Chairman Finance, please disband that your caucus. Chairman Youth.
The purpose of isolation. There are three categories of people who get infected with COVID-19. There are those who are completely asymptomatic. They have no symptoms, they feel very well, they don't believe that they are sick. There are others who have moderate symptoms and they will require treatment. And there are those who have critical symptoms, and some of these ones will require ventilators. They are less than 5%. But the majority of them will have those symptoms, particularly the younger ones. The older ones and those who have other diseases, maybe hypertension, diabetes, kidney disease, and so on, those ones who probably don't have enough capacity to build antibodies, they will fall sick. Those are the ones who will require very sophisticated treatment. Luckily for us, we have not had that many yet. We have only a handful. We have only had to use only a handful of ventilators, and that has not been our challenge here. But those who are without symptoms, they are capable of transmitting this disease, and they are particularly a high-risk case because they might be sitting with those who are vulnerable. And those who are vulnerable will now get it from them while they remain healthy or relatively healthy. The vulnerable will stand the risk of losing their lives. So the strategy is to keep everybody who is positive in isolation until they test negative. Once they test negative, they leave. Now, during that period, because they have no symptoms, they may not be given anything at all. They may not be given any medicine. They may be given only vitamins.
Chairman Youth.
They may be getting.
Please take your seat.
They may be getting only vitamins and supportive treatment. So some of them feel that they are wasting their time in there. They are not getting any treatment. In reality, the healing from COVID-19 comes from your body building antibodies to tackle the virus. If you build antibodies very highly, you tackle it more easily. Those who don't build very well will have a serious problem with it. That is why among the fatalities, rarely you will see any person under the age of 20. Most of them are above 30, and the highest percentage are those who are 50 and above, particularly those who have illnesses like cancer, HIV, anything that prevents their body from being smart enough to build the antibodies to tackle the virus. Research, yes, we are participating in, other research we are participating in is in using convalescent serum. Because the theory is that if somebody has suffered from coronavirus disease and recovered, will his serum contain the antibodies that can be used to treat somebody who can't be treated otherwise? We are participating, we are trying to do that one in Lagos. We are waiting for results from the Honorable Commissioner of Health in Lagos is luckily an infectious disease specialist. And here in Abuja, we're also looking at participating in using convalescent serum. Many countries are trying to do the same thing. So the other question is regards to Kano, whether these deaths were due to COVID-19. That is the subject of a very sad and serious distortion of news. The person who's heading the federal team in there did not ever say that the people who died from coronavirus disease. In fact, that very morning when the news broke out, we had just spoken, and he told me they're carrying out investigation along 3 streams. and we discussed the streams of investigation being conducted by Kano State and supported by pathologists from the Federal Ministry Health System. So that test is still going on. There are no results. But in giving an interview, the reporter totally distorted the statement that he made. And since then, that statement, the report has been withdrawn, and they have apologized to him. So there was never a case of him saying that 80% of people died from that or any other disease at all. Now, steps that are being taken to improve the outcome in view of the changing of the lockdown and relaxing. The handling of coronavirus, of COVID infection, is the subject of the Ministry of Health, but also a subject of the communities, because the influence of the community leaders is extremely strong in persuading people to cooperate. We are talking now about social distancing, physical distancing. This is something that I believe community leaders, religious leaders, and traditional leaders will handle. Because if we believe that if we are able to talk to the leaders, political leaders here, they can help us drive that. The success of this next phase we are going into now depends on the success of these social non-pharmaceutical measures. If they succeed, we shall be happy. There are some people who have raised apprehension and said, some countries relaxed their lockdown and then their figures spiked. Well, at the moment, our figures are actually still rising. So if they still rise a little during this period, it's not necessarily due to having relaxed the figures. But if we are able to keep all these social measures which have been added, for example, compulsory wearing of a mask, social distancing, limiting the number of people who can enter a market, limiting the number of people who are at a gathering, hand washing, and so on, several measures that have been introduced, if we are able to put them into practice, we shall not see a spike due to having relaxed the lockdown. And the lockdown itself that has been relaxed wisely because farmers must go and plant. Goods and farm products must be able to reach destination. People can rebuild their businesses and rebuild their livelihood. The lockdown has led to the collapse of many, many livelihoods and small businesses. So it opens the window for people to rebuild their lives. At the same time, if we actually strengthen and reinforce the social measures, we shall not suffer any consequences. So it's a very narrow path, but the wisest path that has been taken by His Excellency the President to win on both sides. And we are praying that and hoping that honorable members here will support those initiatives. Now, the local treatment and testing capabilities, yes, they are being expanded. We are increasing the number of sample collection centers. You don't necessarily have to put a testing machine everywhere because you need to train the workers, and also the capacity that we have now is not being fully utilized. So if you have a machine that can do 1,000 tests a day and is being used maybe to do 300, there's 700 spaces remaining. So the best you can do is collect samples and have an efficient method of bringing them to a testing center. This is what they do in many countries. Many countries are doing it like that. With regard to the gene expert machine, yes, we have this access to funds from the Global Fund, which we applied for them to allow us to repurpose some of the funds in there to be able to take care of our needs there. And part of what we requested was for them to allow us to use cartridges that are used for gene expert machines. So our order now, which will come within a few weeks, is for 107,000 cartridges for gene expert machines, and also 26 biosafety level 2 cabinets that go along with using the cartridges on the gene expert machines. So we are hoping that within a couple of weeks, this will be taken care of. We have placed the order, we are on the queue. Because of global demand, everybody who orders, you are on the queue before you get your own supply. So we shall have the privilege of getting gene expert machines, and possibly one for every, at least one for every state of the Federation, and probably even more for large states with such a distance that logistics is difficult. Now, local production of PPE, yes, we have been talking with the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. We've had a meeting with them, And we have also spoken with Manufacturers Association. There are many initiatives to produce masks and also the protective gowns. We have met even with some government companies who have told us that they are able to do that, so we are going to place order and rely on ourselves. That's what most countries are doing. There's a global shortage of masks, global shortage of gowns. The latest country to complain of shortage now was the UK and also Russia. So we are in a global competitive environment to get things that we like to use to protect our healthcare workers, but at the same time using the opportunity to develop local production capabilities. And we hope that that will help us to relieve the pressure on any shortages, although we don't have real shortages at the moment because we have been insisting on a good stockpile of what we need to have in the country. The perception of coronavirus as a big man's disease, that was the beginning, yes, because we all knew that it was imported. You had to have gone abroad to come back with an infection like that. So a lot of people believe that it was only the concern of big men. So at that time, what you do is get the infected person, trace his contacts, and then you can arrest the disease at that time. But by the time it filters down to the grassroots, it's no more just a big man's disease. It's everybody's disease. That's why we call it the community transmission phase, because now the people who have it are people who don't even know the way to the airport. They have no passport, and you cannot tell how they got this infection. So this phase requires a completely different process, a completely different strategy. So the Ministry of Health is working on a action plan, a community response action plan, which should be out by next week. And we also set up a committee of expert advisors headed by Professor Tomori, who will be helping us, with very well-known virologists, to set up the strategy for this phase now that the entire country is going to be involved with it. So the isolation centers, they are being managed by doctors and nurses, and for those who are very well, really, the only thing you need to do is to entertain them. So entertain themselves. Some are dancing, and we also have mental health experts who talk with them, because the boredom there can be very, very difficult for some. Nevertheless, there are people who also run away, and some who don't even report at all. So we are very concerned about that, and I would like to use this opportunity to let the members of the House know that they should help us to get everybody under control, because any person who's not accounted for might be, so we are trying to trace the contacts. Now, the use of local herbs, every person who comes to say they have local herbs, we refer straight away to our Nigerian Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development to go and show them, analyze it, see whether it works, if it works, so that we can make the best use of what we have. We are not dismissing anything. We are not throwing away any idea that comes. As for the National Orientation Agency, yes, we work very well with the Honorable Minister of Information and all the agency under him. He has been to our office so many times. He has supported us with trying to get access to radio, to get access to TV, so that we can push the information, because if the population is not well informed, they are not going along with us, the story will be extremely difficult. So the face masks, yes, we have also pleaded that donors and philanthropists should make masks available. Masks will be the easiest and cheapest way, but it's not a replacement for community, for distancing, for social distancing. But we know that in very highly densely populated cities, like places in Lagos or Kano, where it's difficult asking people not to isolate. So they are packed together already. So the next easiest thing you can do is give them all masks, so that they know that they wear the mask, and they wash it every evening and put on the mask. So that it's not the full answer, but at least better than nothing. And also when they leave their homes, they wear this mask and make sure that they wash it every day and don't use it without improving the hygiene that goes along with it. So I've already mentioned what we have done since the days of China, and the manpower, well, manpower development is according to need. The NCDC will speak to that, but we have also been doing deployment of manpower as the need arises. Our number one virus research center and hospital in this country is in Irua. That's where we have the team who went to Liberia and Sierra Leone to go and help them with Ebola, that's a major center for Lassa fever, and all these are virus diseases. And this is also a virus disease. So we have been bringing those people here to come and help us set up here in Abuja. We have also sent them to Kano now to go and help. There are about probably up to 8 of them in Kano as I speak now, helping them go through the protocol because we have some issues there of people getting infected. But these people are experts in knowing how to ward against all these infections, and they are going to help to set up the processes in there. The SGF has spoken about the health insurance, the shortages of equipment we have spoken about. Now, the situation in other states, what we are doing is that in anticipation of problems in other states, particularly in the north, where we are already seeing galloping figures, we have set up a mechanism to ask those states to bring doctors and nurses in various areas to come to Kano and receive training, because the team that we have sent in there is doing a lot of training capacity, so that one day you hand over everything back to Kano. Kano was caught off guard with all of this. But to bring people from other states, even before they have any high numbers, so that they already have a manpower to start with. So they go back to their areas, they already have doctors and nurses who have been trained in infection prevention and control. They have been trained in protocols of hygiene and how to prevent infection until you are ready to really set them up, even if they don't have any cases yet, to be pre-trained. So that's the strategy we are using to make sure that we address other states in the north, particularly, also some of them in the south too. The question of restricting travel, that is a very critical part, because even in Kano right now, 95% of all the cases are in the municipal local government areas, about 7 or 8 municipal local government areas. If there is a way for us to be able to cordon these local governments, discourage them from traveling by giving them the things they need, then the risk of carrying this infection to other local governments is reduced. And the majority of cases that have popped up in other states in the north were due to people who travel from Kano, and they already carried this virus and they didn't know. So if we are able to restrict this travel, even though it is within the state, it will help us a lot. We have also followed the President's advisory that interstate travel should stop for the time being, except for essential goods and essential movement, so that people are not carrying this virus from one place to the other. So there's a possibility to restrict the transmission of the virus from one local government to the other if the state government and the local government cooperate to limit movements within local governments, except for very essential movements. That will help a lot. Now, the ventilators, yes, we have a lot of ventilators. We have received them from donors from outside, from the United Nations group and so on. So we have also looked at all the ventilators we have. But the ventilator is like a car. You have to learn how to use it. And there are not many people who know how to use it. So we have also embarked on a special treatment, crash treatment protocol to train those who know how to use it. That Society of Anesthetists, we have been in conversation with them to do crash courses in Lagos, so that we train people from various states who do not have specialists in intensive care medicine. This is already intensive care and critical care medicine, to make sure that they get the knowledge and the skills. That situation is going on very well. And then finally is the case of the incident in Kano, not only in Kano, but in other areas where private and public practitioners are turning away patients because they are afraid. It has happened in Kano, unfortunately, in other areas too, that patients who appear at the hospital are not treated because they are worried, and then you are getting this situation where people are losing their lives due to other things that are not even COVID related. So that is not a good situation. That is one of the reasons why the primary health care sent somebody in to go and remobilize and retrain and inform people in Kano. And the ministry also sent a family health expert to talk and reorientate all the hospitals, both private and public, about the value of keeping family medicine going, immunization, antenatal clinic, and care for diabetics, blood hypertensives. All these ones will go on, and particularly also malaria. Because if you don't attend to all of these, they can take more life than COVID. So we are emphasizing that service, delivery of routine service must continue and must not be something that is ignored because of fear or of COVID or focus on COVID. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I believe one second, perhaps I didn't hear you. There was a question on local cure, possibly for the pandemic, if you're doing anything about it, and it was reiterated by Honorable Ben Kalu as well. Local cure for the pandemic. Is there anything? I know the PTF chairman addressed it, but what exactly is being done?
Local cure will depend on, will address two issues. Number one is something that actually destroys the virus, or something that reduces the symptoms, because the symptoms are cough, fever particularly, and sore throat. So you can give medication that reduces those symptoms, but it's not cured in that the virus is still active. So, but it relieves for the time being. At the end of the day, it is the person's body that must build the antibodies to neutralize the virus. And giving a normal healthy person, mostly young people, they will do that in a short time and be able to neutralize the virus. But the capacity to build antibodies is exactly the problem. Some say they are giving immune boosting medication. Well, whether it is proven or not, so far it doesn't do any harm. We do not discourage anybody from trying it. So those who give immune boosting, yes. Now, to actually cure the virus, it was thought at one time that, to actually destroy the virus, it was thought that chloroquine would do it. But the tests are still going on whether that is true or not. Countries where they tried to use chloroquine didn't really show any dramatic reduction in their cases, or hydroxychloroquine or other. But again, that is not, the jury is still out on that. The other new activity, trial is an antiretroviral drug, which I think the United States just wanted to start using. But we have been using that, we have tried that in Lagos too. So we are trying the antiretroviral drugs to see what effect it has. But as far as local drugs are concerned, we have to test the toxicity. Does it have side effects? Does it have undesired effects? Can it do the work? Or at least, will it not harm the person? Because some medicine can do harm rather than good. So for that now, we need to have trials done. Luckily, we have a research center, the Nigeria Institute for Pharmaceutical Research. They are very good. They have a lot of professors in there who can look at these things and tell us whether they work or not. So all local cure, herbal cures, will be referred there for evaluation and for the efficacy and for the toxicity to make sure that anybody who uses local cure is safe, and also that it works. Even if it works psychologically, it's also fine, but so far it doesn't do any harm. That is the content, local content so far.
Thank you very much. Honorable colleagues, you might have noticed that the Honorable Minister of Interior, Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, just walked in. Apparently, he's been outside for a while. You're welcome, Honorable Minister. I think there was a question or two for the Minister of Aviation.
Right Honorable Speaker, my brother, my friend, my colleague, and my leader now.
Honorable Minister, I've always been your leader, even when you were here in the house. Was I not?
You were, but I was the chairman.
Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, also my friend and my colleague, the Leader of the House and entire leadership, and the Chairman of the Committee on Aviation, Honorable Naji, and my member, Honorable Mansur Ali, and most honorable members. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Regarding the question to open up maybe gradually the civil aviation activity within the country, Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that aviation is the most hit. Unfortunately, right after when we have gotten the industry to become the fastest growing sector in the country. At the time that we started implementing the roadmap approved by His Excellency Mr. President, the sector was nowhere near many sectors in this country. And suddenly, at the close of 2018, Q4, from Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, we rose to become the second fastest growing sector after water and sanitation. And we kept implementing that roadmap with their support. And Q4 2019, we became the fastest growing sector in the country today, civil aviation. Unfortunately, not due to anybody's fault, force majeure, COVID-19 has come to become what they have become, and you'll agree with me that civil aviation is the worst hit, including all of its value chain. And because the sector is so complex, the activity therein is equally very regimented and worldwide being regulated as one civil aviation. There is no aviation B. Everything that we will do will have to conform with the international norms and practice. And we're not alone in the sector. Example, we have port health within the system of civil aviation, which we have to look into their requirements. We also have to look into their own needs and their own activity to open the economy. Certainly, the answer is yes, we will open, and yes, it may be very soon, but we have to take into consideration the totality of the activity within the civil aviation before we are able to do so. I give just a very small example. You all know that we have cabin crew within airplanes, commercial airplanes, that tender for you to give you tea and coffee and so on and food. That is not the only function of a cabin crew. They are there to save your life. They are there in case of an emergency to be able to save your life. That's a primary function. That is exactly why in 1907, when they started to introduce nurses into airplanes to look after people, that's how we come to have a cabin crew. Those cabin crew are a certain number that they have to be within a particular kind of aircraft, depending on the contents of that aircraft. And those cabin crew will have to sit together, for example, and their numbers are determined. Because we have to create social distancing, we have to look at what can we do to get the cabin crew not to contaminate each other and contaminate the passengers. So I have just sent to Mr. Speaker, to the leader, and to the Chairman House Committee on Aviation, a 62-page document that we developed on how we think we can begin to open up the sector, which will be very soon. But this is being done in conjunction with all of the stakeholders in civil aviation. We've been working since the beginning of COVID-19 to see how, once we say start, we will come to start the sector. I want to assure the House, not to take so much time, that we will be interfacing with the committee to be briefing them on a daily basis. We will also be using social media, especially Twitter and so on, handle, to explain to the public how we are going to start. What would happen when you go to an airport? Example, when you go to airport, you are required to go an hour before for local flight, 3 hours before for international flight. Now it will change, because we will need to take your temperature, check you up, and ensure that you are not showing any signs, and then we'll put you in a special place that you observe social distancing before you now board the flight, and you board in sequence, we create the gap, etc., etc. And once you show sign, if you show some sign, we have to take you somewhere to isolate you, to begin to give you further tests, and to take your sample, and there now the port health comes into play. etc., etc. There are also other workers like immigration, like customs, like police, like that they are working, cleaners of the airport, ticketing officials, and so on. So all of this will have to be looked into, and then we now say how that this is when we start. And finally, Mr. Speaker, for let me say personal licensing. Whilst this COVID is going on, some people are out of medical, and they need to do their medical to ensure that they're fit enough to fly. Some people are out of currency of their licenses, which they need to go abroad to do. Well, luckily, Mr. Speaker, now we begin to do most of it in Nigeria. We have procured the simulators to do some of it in Nigeria, but they need to go and do that. But the world is shut down. So how do you do that? Are you going to get a pilot whose certificate has expired technically to come to begin to fly, or what are you going to do? What are the measures? So all of this is contained in this document, and we're brainstorming to see how best we can. But it will be very soon, I hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think there was a question for the Minister of Education, and part of the question also, Honorable Ben Carlo also asked about the underprivileged children and how we're going to, how this would affect or what we're doing about their education. 5G, who was that directed to? Yeah, on the issue of 5G, I guess maybe the Minister of Education can handle that, or any other person. Yeah, but I think the most important question that went to him was the issue of underprivileged children in rural areas especially. Yeah, the Minister of Health will come back to answer that, whether the dead bodies are actually contagious or not. The Minister of Health will come back and answer that. Or perhaps the NCDC DG will take it when it rounds up. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, and the entire leadership of this noble house, my dear colleagues, both my colleagues here in the House of Reps and my colleagues at the Council, thank you all, please. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure whether I can answer whether dead bodies contaminated. I'm sure the Minister of Health will say something about that. But let me just go straight to the issue of WAEC and NECO exams. You may have heard, studies are currently still out there whether children are as contagious as the rest of us. But I don't want to experiment with our children. And it was resolved by this noble house. Honorable members decided in January that we should shut down the schools. We asked that all schools vacate around the country, whether at, but you also appreciate that primary and secondary schools are on our concurrent legislative list. And therefore, ownership of the schools at the primary level is with the states. There are 68,181 primary schools around the country. And we only regulate them from NERDC, where is the curriculum content. We share a couple of other materials, but we do not control the premises or how children interact. That also applies at the secondary school level. We own a couple of schools, 104 unity schools around the country. The rest of the schools are owned by private and state governments. We do not want the children to return to school immediately because we are not sure how far this transmission can go with them. They also cannot operate in a vacuum. The country runs on a superstructure. So when the transportation system is limited, you can't transport children either. Teachers can't come to school. Feeding will be impaired. Our health challenges cannot confront at the same time. So we are running this within a larger, in fact, every day when we meet, we assess all the risks and the factors around each of the different departments and different organizations of government. All of that goes on. But we have a challenge. WAEC and NECO are things that cannot wait. The problem with having children is that they grow. This year, for children to be able to come into class 1 next year, that means somebody must leave class 6 this year, so that exit would permit an entry. And in order to be able to do that, they must have the certification to move on. This is where NECO, WAEC, NABTEB, and all our examining bodies come to play. Right now, we just finished a meeting of AU ministers, and we are looking at other options. How can we examine the children? Because truly speaking, if we can extract from a child his capacity in a particular subject as to his appreciation of it, he may not necessarily need to sit at a particular place in order to demonstrate that knowledge. If I want to find out if you know how to titrate, the use of a pipette, whether your Bunsen burner works, all of that, I may need to find alternate ways of extracting that knowledge. If I examine you in physics and I want to know what is the position of prisms, I would like to extract that knowledge from you using different mediums. So, right now, our challenge is how do we get that knowledge and be able to certify the child. In West Africa, which governs West African examination bodies, we have agreed to postpone exams indefinitely. We've also agreed to postpone NABTEB exams indefinitely. So also for NECO. But NECO we control, and that is national, is within Nigeria. We are entering a rainy season period when we cannot say, for instance, we want to do, social distancing in the fields, or bring out to your table, or let us take in only exit level children. That's class 6 and class 3. Those are options before us, and we're exploring them. We are also liaising with every one of the stakeholders and the people who mark, those who produce the results. Because we've experimented with online learning for the past 1 month. As soon as this broke, as part of an in furtherance of what the Ministry of Education was already planning, we started deploying a set of skill-based network, such that you could actually access our online learning materials, because we dematerialize all of them into a content space. Now, states were encouraged using their SUBEB platform to access them. Many states are doing that. But you know, and part of the second question would be, how do children of the poor get it? Less than 20% of our children are children of the elite. The real problem of developing manpower for Nigeria lies at the fringes of society. And around the country, we are trying to get people to even sign on. Even when MTN, Glo, Airtel, and all the service providers have given us free online to all our applications, there are not many people who can access them because networks are weak, or because they do not even have the devices. Because for you to have, we have nearly 20 million children in the country, and the total number of the devices available in the country are still below 500,000. So that is not even possible. We then asked SUBEBs to translate this into state programs. 31 states have already gotten on it. So that if, for instance, you're from Anambra State, you will see ABS running their program, how they want to run history, economics, biology. You go to Delta State, you see the same thing. In Lagos State, Lagos has done very, very well. So all our programs are running. However, for those who are running it on radio, as way into the hinterlands as possible, even that one radio is shared by a family. How do you then educate 3 children? Radio. Now, for places where there is no power, there is no light, to sell Tiger battery, which is the biggest, in fact, it's the palliative now. If you can afford Tiger battery now, it's a big problem. So really, we will have to figure out how we can isolate the number that we want to immediately deal with, and have the national NCDC and the Ministry of Health, because every day when we go to these meetings, I ask for the updates as to when do we think it will be safe enough to return the children to schools, because that will determine when we can be ready to examine them one way or the other. If not, we might have to make contingent plans to just examine them based on a certain different set of parameters so that we don't create a vacuum. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, thank you.
Hold on, Honorable Minister, sorry. I'm sure many members want to know. I just want clarification. Is your online teaching still going on?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's still running. Okay,
so for all intents and purposes, many of the kids out there, and you said yourself that they're only 20% elite, 80% of the kids out there may not be enjoying this online alternative. Is that correct?
Exactly, that's my point, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying
okay. When you, I believe we all know the importance of education. It's a fundamental here. So there is an intervention, possible intervention coming in from your end, from the executive. There's a 500 billion stimulus and a couple of other things. Is there any provision, or did you make any attempt to make provisions that, because you just said here that many of these students don't even have the devices. And the reason why they don't have the devices is because they cannot afford the devices. So is there any input or provision for the acquisition of devices for those students? I'm mindful of the fact that your constitution says that you cannot discriminate on the basis of your station of birth. I'm aware that Ogbeni Raufa is here. I'm aware that Ogbeni Raufa is here, who as governor was able to provide a lot of these things, or whatever, for the indigent students. Is there any attempt by the federal government, when you bring your intervention, is that included?
Mr. Speaker, we have only just made some requests. However, the work we are doing, or the work we've done so far, we've looked at how much it will cost to provide each child with a tablet in Nigeria. And like you pointed out, we cannot discriminate against some parts and another parts. There are nearly, like I said, 20 million children in all strata of schools in Nigeria. In the university system, we have 2.2 million. Now, we only own 43 universities. And these 43 universities have an intake of nearly 1.6 million. The remaining 90-something institutions that belong to private people only are taking about 400, or all of them put together. So really, if you're going to give laptops or tablets as a device at the cost of, say, $200 per unit, you're looking at a national budget that will exceed maybe 400 billion. Now, that does not begin to, even fit into what the national problems are at the moment. Many people around the country, even when you are going to share these devices, you need to bring them into the system first. Our biggest problem as Minister of Education was primarily out-of-school children. Nigeria has like 10.2 million out-of-school children recorded. And we had been working on a system to get them in. First of all, formalizing the Amajiri school system, which accommodates about 30% to 60% of that. Then finding a way to reach all the markets where all the children become helpers and trade persons, and help them formalize themselves. We were still working on this program before we were met with this one. It was riding on the back of that we had developed some of these online services as a way of bringing content to those children ahead of time. When COVID met us, it met us with a situation where we can't procure laptops and start distributing. So it would not be proper at this point to say that this is the time to go and get devices and start going into the villages to give it to them, because nobody has been prepared for it. Two, as you may be aware, the key problem is with people having any sort of device, because we're broadcasting. We're broadcasting on TV, we're broadcasting on radio, and we're broadcasting online. So that there must be multiple channels for access. So that each one that you can get onto, then you can use it. But I agree with you, as a country, first things first, since we know that this is the number of children we are going to have almost continuously in the 12th strata of, actually from class 1 to 6, and from class secondary 1 to 6 again, that's 12, plus another 4 years in university. So we know polytechnics, colleges of education, all of this, since we know this, we can begin today on a plan that says we will produce our own laptops. First of all, we don't have the kind of money you're talking about. Nobody has that. The country does not even have it in reserves. But if the country begins today, like you put, all the questions have been directed here, local content, we begin today to say, minimum, we will begin to roll out. The plan we have in Imo State, or with the governor of Imo State, for instance, show, is that as soon as you enroll in Imo State University in your first year, they probably give you a laptop that they charge you 20,000 every year until you go out. You don't have to collect it from the child today, so that you prepare that child to own it and use that as an exit strategy. We can begin that now. That will then dovetail into a Ministry of Trade and Investment, agreeing that they will have licensed people from Ministry of Communication who will be producing it in Nigeria. It's not another avenue to move money abroad, since we know that this is what our country is planning to do. So I agree with you. That plan should be available. But it is not an emergency now. Our emergency response is to first of all get as many people to learn, using whatever means we are. Community centers, wherever we can find 4 or 5 children, space them, teach. If we can now, we have developed what we call master teachers. Master teachers are now looking at how to look at the revision exercise that we ought to do for those going for their BCE and their WAEC, so that there will be uniform revision to bring everybody up to speed. This idea that only Anambra State and Delta and Imo will pass WAEC more than other people, we can't keep encouraging it. My idea is that at the level of revision, let everybody who is available for that exam be taught by single master teachers in each field. I bring you a mathematics teacher who understands geometry. He takes it on very well and make sure that everybody is at the same standard. Not that because you are in Sokoto, you don't have a good geometry teacher. Nobody ever even explained to you, and you walk into WAEC and you see the thing. You will be confused. So if we have a uniform revision, at least for the first level, and those who are coming to take exam at those 2 levels, we are working on that. That's already been done. We want to continue. Education is a continuous exercise, even as you are, and your good self, I am also a student. We are learning as we go on. We believe that it is important to continue this engagement so that the country will be better for it.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Minister. It's not it wasn't an indictment. In fact, we commend you for your efforts and for thinking outside the box. But we just feel, where 80% is a large number. And I believe that where there's a political will, there's a way. And we can't ignore these children, because it will turn around to bite us in the back. I believe Osun State was one of the, supposedly they had very little income. So maybe we should knock heads with the former governor, how he was able to do it in spite of no money at all in the state. So I want to thank you again and commend you again for your efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Philo. Thank you.
I think there was a question for the minister. I can't remember, was there something for the Minister of Information? If there wasn't any question for the Minister of Information, I would want somebody to force a question out for him. The Minister of Information, Alhaji Lai Mohammed.
videos here. Oh, please, before we forget, I just remember there was a very important question, I think, I can't remember who it was, about the police and kitting of the police, because they're front line too. So, if anyone can take that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Right Honorable Speaker of the House, the Deputy Speaker, the House Leader, all the principal members of the House, and honorable members, and members of the press. I will start off by saying there are actually two global pandemics. The first is coronavirus. The second is fake news and misinformation. For all of fact, fake news is making the fight against coronavirus much more difficult. And that is why I appreciate the observations of the honorable members who spoke first about fake news and what the PTF and the Ministry of Information what we are doing about this second wave of pandemic. Let me start by saying there's actually no lack of awareness on the part of Nigerians about COVID-19. This has been attested to by the NOI poll, which showed that 99% of Nigerians are aware of the pandemic. Also realize that awareness must be translated to action. Hence, we are launching a series of radio jingles and TVCs in this regard. This in addition to those TVCs and jingles that are currently playing on our televisions and radio stations. The jingles and TVCs dwell on general information on disease, like social distancing, personal hygiene, avoiding mass gatherings, wearing of face masks, avoiding stigmatization, and guidelines on the burial of those who have died from the disease or other diseases. Some of these jingles and TVCs are already running, while more will come on stream in the days ahead. We are doing this because we believe that in the absence of any vaccine or drugs for the treatment of COVID-19, the only option right now is what we call the non-pharmaceutical intervention, NPI, which is anchored on the use of advocacy and public enlightenment to empower the citizens to protect themselves. The various agencies under the Ministry of Information and Culture have also told the same path. The National Orientation Agency, for instance, has engaged in social mobilization, advocacy, and public enlightenment. They have also leveraged on Radio Nigeria and the NTA for their campaign because of the lack of the most needed resources. So they have also partnered with a lot of NGOs to run their campaigns. The NTA and the FRCN have also used their resources to push the advocacy and sensitization campaign, making many jingles and TVCs to educate and enlighten Nigerians on the disease. In addition, they have devoted a long bout to COVID-19 news, leaving them with little or no time for any advertisement. As a matter of fact, the NTA has had to rejig its daily schedule to be able to accommodate the heat segment to deal with the COVID-19. The News Agency of Nigeria has also done same using its SMS platforms to disseminate COVID-19 advocacy and enlightenment campaign. The agency has also made enlightenment videos which have been widely circulated on social media and WhatsApp. It is important to know that the ministers and the agencies are daily changing they're changing their TVs and jingles because the COVID-19 is, as it's unfolding, the ministries and agencies also have to change their campaigns. I personally have also, undertaken media rounds to further enlighten Nigerians on the pandemic. We've also asked the regulatory agency, National Broadcasting Commission, to encourage other stations to partner with the PTF in ensuring that our enlightenment and advocacy campaigns are carried on other stations which are not just government-owned. And I want to take the opportunity also to thank the Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria, who have all devoted a lot of their time to our daily briefing, and many of whom actually carry our jingles free of charge. Though an external broadcasting station, the Voice of Nigeria is also leveraging heavily on the social media to support the advocacy and station campaign. Of course, because we noticed that some of the stations also have engaged in fake news and misinformation, the NBC, which is the government agency, has sent out strong warnings to these agencies. I must say that this campaign is not just about, jingles, advocacies, or TVC campaign. It's also about heavy social mobilization. And this is where the NOA has been working in conjunction with the traditional rulers, with the faith organizations, and with the major stakeholders along the line up to the local government level to ensure that the COVID-19 campaign are understood by the major stakeholders. The truth of the matter is that in certain areas, you need the buy-in of the faith leaders, you need the buy-in of the traditional leaders. Otherwise, your campaign will not be successful. We continue in this line to ensure that the campaign against COVID-19, succeeds. Yes, an issue was raised about barrier. We've noticed that in certain areas, the barrier guidelines, especially as it affects social distancing, is not being obeyed. And that is why our new TVCs and jingles actually is along the area of social gathering, funerals, burials, and stigmatization. We will continue for as long as there's no vaccine and there's no medicine for COVID-19. We will continue to ramp up our campaign in the area of public enlightenment to ensure that the country is safe and we're able to contain COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Before we take the DG NCNC, I don't know if the Honorable Minister of Interior has a word or two in terms of enlightenment, or we can just move on to. No? Okay. DG NCNC. You round up the questions. And please just add this to your questions. Honorable Abegunde brought this. He wants to know how many testing centers and how many tests has NCDC carried out in Kogi State? Because Kogi State says there are no cases of coronavirus in that state. So he wants to know, he's from Kogi State, what the true position is.
Your Excellency, Right Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Members. I think firstly is to say thank you for the deep concern everybody in this House has shown for the outbreak that we're facing. This really is a war, and the context is that we're fighting a war really on 37 fronts at the same time. Each of those fronts is one state in Nigeria. There were a series of questions around testing, and I'll just try and answer them together. We have three goals in testing that we're trying to solve. We're trying to solve for proximity, to bring the test closer to people. We're trying to solve for scale, to scale up the number of tests we're doing. And we're trying to solve for the future, so that whatever we build will be here to last. Sometimes the solutions are not the same, because there might be just one case or two cases in Imo State, but they need a testing center in the state. While in Lagos, we have half of all the cases, and we need to solve for numbers. So we're working on all those together. Right now, as we speak, I have two teams. Innocent and Emeka Ndodo are in Port Harcourt. From Port Harcourt, they'll go to Owerri and then Oka to set up these three centers. Abdul Majid and Sarah are on their way to Gombe, and from there they'll go to Yola. So far, since I met you the last time, we have moved our testing centers from 5 to 21. And we're pushing every single day to bring a test center to every state in Nigeria. That is solving for proximity. For scale, we have set ourselves a target to test 2 million Nigerians in the next 3 months. And we have developed a specific strategy around this with a procurement plan with our UN family brothers, partners, working with us together to achieve these targets. These are the targets that we have set for ourselves. Today, we have tested just 20,000, but even at that 20,000, we are not fulfilling the capacity that we have at the moment, because testing doesn't only depend on the lab. It depends on the logistics of collecting the sample and transporting it safely and everything around that. So we'll continue working hard to make this better. We have a challenge in a few states that we are simply not collecting enough samples from. We haven't had a confirmed case in Kogi State. We haven't had a confirmed case in Cross River State. There are other states with very low numbers of cases. We have been encouraging all the states in Nigeria to continue trying to collect samples. The only way we can know whether we have this disease or not is if we test for it. If we don't test, we will not know. So we continue to work collaboratively, supporting states with the infrastructure, with the human resources, with the virus transport media, with the nasopharyngeal swabs, everything they need to collect samples so that we can test. Our role at NCDC is to support the states. The states are our primary clients in all the work that we do. Then I move on to Honorable Wauba's question, and I think he asked if NCDC was sleeping. Honorable brother, to be honest, we haven't slept in 3 months. So the answer is actually to the contrary. We have a small team, when we started off, just 200 technical staff in NCDC that have been asked to carry on this challenge for the country. We do it in collaboration with many other public health workers across the country, trying to work very hard to support the states, our tertiary hospitals, and everyone involved in this response. We have only been able to do it because of the collaboration of many other parastatals in the health sector, the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, National Agency for the Control of AIDS, and really all the other parastatals that have supported us with human resources, logistics, and infrastructure just to manage this outbreak. Around the treatment centers, there have been a lot of complaints about why NCDC is not picking up people to come into treatment centers. The responsibility for treatment centers is actually one of the states. Our role is to support them with guidelines, with knowledge, with infrastructure, sometimes with support in order to do this. And I can tell you for sure that every state has been working very hard to increase the treatment capacity they have. No country can increase the number of bed spaces available by 300, 400% in 2 weeks. But this is the challenge that we are faced. And you would have seen that the state governments have been proactive on this. Lagos just opened the 5th large treatment center in Bagada. In Abuja, the Federal Ministry of the Federal Capital Territory is working very hard with a lot of partners to open the dome up, to take in more patients. As I traveled around the country last week, every single state is working hard to increase the treatment capacity in their state. So we have to support them in this regard, and that's exactly what we're doing. In terms of our burial guidelines, we have burial guidelines. We call it actually the guidelines for safe and dignified burial. Safe is important, but dignified is also important. We try to ensure that when the burial happens, it happens safely, but we also respect the norms, tradition, and religion of whatever group is burying their dead. We never take the corpses away. It is the state government that works with the families to find a way of organizing the funeral, but never is any corpse taken away from the family. So those guidelines are available on our website and are very easy to read and to understand and to use. There was a question on how prepared we are for the second wave. We are working very hard. No time have I worked with a set of leaders in the Presidential Task Force that are so committed to improving our level of preparedness over the past few weeks. And we know that this is a marathon, that our work is cut out for us, and we'll have to continue doing this for the months ahead. So every day we meet for a number of hours to re-strategize, to find new approaches, to bring in the private sector, work with the states, and really leverage on all the resources available to our country to make sure that we improve on our response. There was a question about the difference in the epidemic in the UK and Nigeria. The challenge is every country's epidemic is different. We have this virus now in close to 200 countries around the world. Some have experienced an explosion, others have not. And so why an outbreak happens in any country depends on an interface between humans, the virus, and the environment. And the circumstances are different in every context. Our role is to make sure Nigeria tries and uses all the resources available at our disposal to make sure that we're better prepared to respond. There was a question that said NCDC has failed Nigeria. I think history will judge us. And let's work together in the short term to get to the end of this. Now is not really the time to decide on whether one group has failed or not. Now is the time to come together as a country. Executive, legislators, state, local, federal, everybody, we need the support of everyone. This outbreak is not going to end next week. I will be criticized for saying this again, but that is the honest truth. We will not get to the end of this next week or the week after. It's a marathon. We need everyone playing along as we move forward. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to end with an appeal. Appeal to all the honorable members in this House to please use your voices. We need your voices as part of this response. Neither testing nor treatment is going to get us out of this situation. We can only get out of this if Nigerians come along with us. We need to adopt a new way of life, a way of life that is alien to us. And it is very difficult. So we need your voices to help Nigerians come to terms with physical distancing, come to terms with what we're doing in this room at the moment. All of us sitting more than 2 meters apart, wearing masks. It is very difficult for a majority of Nigerians to do. So we need your voices. We need it desperately. We need Nigerians to come to terms with washing their hands and using sanitizers all the time. And not just Nigerians that can afford it, but all Nigerians. This is a Herculean task, but this is the task that history has given you and given us. Let us work together as we drive all our energies together into the future that we'll now seek. And on my part, I'll end by saying I look forward to working very closely with you, Right Honorable Speaker, to craft a new set of laws to define the work that we do on infectious diseases so that we're never in this type of situation again. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. There's one question that the minority leader just reminded me. He wants to know the relationship between 5G and COVID.
So my expertise is limited to COVID-19. I really don't have the expertise on 5G to answer that question. As far as I know, there's no relationship between the two.
He has answered you. He said as far as he knows, there's no relationship. All right. There's a question here. I'm sorry for. Thank you, DG. There's a question here from Honorable Nasir Ali Ahmed from Kano. He wants to know from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He wants to know what arrangements have been put in place. We have about 600 people coming in, students, about 200 or 400 students. And on Friday, I think another 400 on Friday from Dubai. So a total of about 600 students, thereabouts. So he wants to know what arrangements have been put in place to receive and quarantine these students, possibly to test them, or if they've been tested already.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, it's an honor to appear before you here today. In respect of the question that has just been asked regarding the evacuation of Nigerians from overseas, the first batch, by God's grace, will come in tomorrow, actually, from the UAE. The challenge has been enormous in trying to arrange for these evacuees to come into the country. The first challenge was the question of accommodating them somewhere for the 14 days of quarantine. We've had problems with accommodation here in Abuja, hotels. Initially, hotels were not very keen to receive these evacuees, in fact, to have anything to do with this COVID-19. But with time and with greater sensitization, they're much more willing to do so now. But of course, our plan all along was to take some to Lagos and to take some to Abuja. Now, but we've had more difficulties getting accommodation in Lagos. But the governor of Lagos, as I've said in many fora, has been absolutely fantastic in the assistance he's been giving us to try and get more rooms in Lagos. So where we are today, Honorable Speaker, is that tomorrow we hope to have about 265 Nigerians coming in, and they will be at the Orchid Hotel in Lekki, and also the Swiss International in Ikeja. One of the big challenges we've also been facing is that a lot of these compatriots have stayed much longer than they had planned and envisaged in these countries overseas, unfortunately. And of course, they've had to, pay hotels and things that they never planned to or budgeted for. And we struggled and are still struggling to get funding for this whole exercise. You know, ordinarily, you know, it's an emergency, and the government would be able to fund this emergency. But in this case, in this situation, we've had to ask them to fund their own tickets, those who want to come back. And but what we're now doing is together with NEMA, whose constitutional duty it is to assist Nigerians in emergency situations, and they have funding for that. We're now working out modalities to at least try to subsidize the returns, at least, or the accommodation, because again they are expected to pay for 14 days in hotels. We've tried to negotiate as best we can with these hotels, and have arrived at a figure of 20,000 naira for the Lagos ones and 15,000 naira for the Abuja hotels. But as I said, we're truly trying to see how we can support them in paying for that. Then on Friday, the British have an agreement with British Airways to come and evacuate British nationals here in Nigeria. So coming with an empty plane, and we have asked them to help us for our Nigerian nationals in the UK to board that empty plane and come here. So we've done a deal with them. Of course, we're going to pay half the cost of the plane coming in. So the most important aspect is really the accommodation, and we're going to be accommodating them in premises already for those 14 days. On Friday, the British Airways flight, they will be accommodated, although it's going to London, to Lagos, but we're looking at transferring them from Lagos to Abuja, because there are not enough rooms in Lagos. So those that are coming on the British Airways flight will be coming to Abuja, and will be staying at the Barcelona, a large 300-room hotel here. We've made arrangements for when they arrive, transportation to the various places of accommodation, and the accommodation, the hotels, have been looked at by the Center for Disease Control and approved, and they will be monitored for that period of 2 weeks with the NCDC, and Foreign Affairs will be working very closely with them. We're making arrangements also for security to be stationed at those hotels. Now we have about 4,000 Nigerians wanting to come back, and we cannot conceivably bring all of them back. In fact, we have a number in, small numbers in different countries all over the world. So we're trying to focus on those countries that have almost like a critical mass, the largest number of Nigerians. So that's the United States of America, where we're looking at 2 points, Atlanta and New York, and hopefully we'll be able to start with the United States around next Monday with Ethiopian Airlines, Monday the 11th of May, with Ethiopian Airlines from JFK. And those ones will also be coming to Abuja. And we're trying to put on a flight, to try and get a flight for China, because our nationals in China are facing all kinds of challenges, as you're all aware. And so we're doing everything possible to get them back. But the challenge we also have is the resources. The NCDC has to manage all these people coming in addition to all the other very challenging work that they're having to do. And so there's only a limit to how many we can bring back. And that's the message we're trying to get out to them. We know how desperate a lot of them are to come back, but just to know that there's an absolute limit. In fact, the original limit we have, and we might have to exceed that slightly, is that we can only take 200 in Lagos and 200 in Abuja at any one time, and that will be for 2 weeks. So really 400 people for 2 weeks, and the others will just have to wait until it's their turn. So it's a very, very difficult situation, but we're really trying to manage it as best we can. And we're just very keen to get that first flight coming in to raise the morale. And we know that there are some students in the flights coming in with UAE one, and also the British Airways at the end of the week. But we have in place all the arrangements for their accommodation for this first week. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I think we'll close for now, but I think we might need either the DGN's NCDC, the Honourable Minister of Health, or perhaps the Secretary of the Government. I have about 3 issues here. Actually, Honourable Minister, there's one question for you from members. Minister of Foreign Affairs. Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Members want to know, because you made a statement here that the Nigerians coming in will be responsible for their own upkeep for 14 days. I think there are concerns from members that if they come in for 14 days and you're asking them to take care of themselves, there will be people there who are indigent. And even those who are not indigent, like you rightly said, they've been away for a long time, beyond their expectation. They may not have the wherewithal, and if they do, perhaps in foreign exchange, to take care of their upkeep for 14 days. 14 days is a long time. So the question arises, and if they have to, and they have to change money or get their family to bring that to them, the purpose of the quarantine is defeated. So members believe that there should be a way to find some form of palliatives for 14 days for a limited number of people. There are 600 in all, even if we put them all together, so that we sever their linkage with the public, with anybody in public. That came to me. Do you have any response, please?
Absolutely right. So we are working out with with NEMA a mechanism to try and pay for that, and hopefully this will go through. So that's one of the things. It just we didn't want to announce that will be what we will actually do until we have it signed, sealed, and delivered. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. So I guess anybody can take a stab at this. The Honourable Jaha's questions, he says, have not been answered. Honourable Jaha, is this here? Yes, he wants to know what is the rationale of allowing markets and businesses, or business centers rather, to be open whilst we're stopping people from going to worship centers. What is the rationale of allowing markets to be open and business centers, but we're shutting worship centers? That is from Honorable Jaha. He also wants to know, what measures are you taking in Borno State to prevent a repeat of what happened in Kano State? And I think somebody else also had even mentioned that on this side. Yes, Honorable Toby also mentioned that. What proactive steps, so that we don't move after the horses bolted the stable, what proactive steps have been taken to prevent a repeat of Kano in other states, so to speak, Borno, for example? And I think Honorable, they addressed the issue of local content, they did. Honorable Coco says his question hasn't been answered, which is that the administering of vitamin C and carrots to patients in isolation centers. He wants to know your reaction. The reports are that patients are being given vitamin C and carrots in the isolation centers, and whether that is working or not. I believe the Chinese doctor question was answered by the Minister of Health. He said the question about where the Chinese doctors are now, I believe you answered it, the Minister of Health. He has left? Okay, but maybe the NCDC DG may answer that as well. So those are the three questions. NCDC?
Mr. Speaker, thank you again for the opportunity. I think there were three questions I was asked to address. One is the one on the challenge between markets and prayer centers. The decision to open markets is not because we think or the assessment was that markets are safe. It was really because markets for foodstuff especially are existential for our survival. So a very hard compromise was made to allow people to go to markets within a restricted number of hours and within a restricted number of days so that they can at least get food to eat. So I don't think it's a question of whether markets are riskier or less risky than churches or mosques. It's just a decision of what do we need to exist every day versus where can we make a little bit more sacrifice for a few more weeks as we consider the options for other sectors. So this was a very difficult decision, but I think I'll ask for some patience to bear with us as we look at the restrictions over the next few weeks, see how they work. But the challenge is that the markets are still not as safe as we would have liked them to be. And so we really need everybody's collaboration to still ensure that we can achieve a little bit more distancing in our markets, as hard as that is. There was the question of what proactive steps we're taking in other states. We're working very closely with most states, but sometimes it's a challenge. The states also have to come to the party. So many states are calling us to ask for more testing centers, more kits, more people, more support. But that question is not coming from all states. So we really need the honorable members in the House to also, as you are asking us what we are doing, to please also ask your state governments, your colleagues at the state level. Because for us to win this fight, we all have to come together. We will provide the training, provide the logistics, provide the swab sticks to take the samples, but the actual work at the state level still has to be carried out by people employed by each state government across the country. The final question for me was on vitamin C and carrots. Vitamin C is always a good thing. So as long as you don't take too much of it, carrots too are always a good thing. So I think there's no harm in taking vitamin C as long as you don't take it in excessive doses, and there's no harm in eating carrots. But there's no evidence yet that any of these has a specific impact on this specific virus. But it's generally a good thing to do. And so once you're sick, it's good to increase your consumption of vegetables and whatever else healthy food that you can, so that you remain well-fed, nutritious, and exercise, and just able to enable your body then respond to the virus. Because ultimately, for most viruses, not just for COVID-19, for most viruses, there's no cure. It's the same for yellow fever, it's the same for monkeypox, and even for Lassa. So what we depend on is for the body's immune system to fight off this virus, and for sometimes it does it more successfully than others. In COVID-19, in 95 to 98% of the time, the body is successful in fighting off the virus. You would have seen the case fatality ratio at the moment. We've had close to 3,000 cases and about 70 deaths. I think we're just up to 80. Yes, every death is a tragedy, but it is by no means a death sentence, and very we will keep working to enable us continue learning very quickly in order to recover. Most people have recovered, and we hope that we can keep a good recovery rate in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you answered to Honorable Jaha. Honorable, there's still a couple of more questions, did you? A couple more questions. Members are bringing here. We'll round up in a minute. It's pretty late. Sorry about that. So your answer to Honorable Jaha's question is that whilst the federal government is doing its bit, we should talk to the state governors to do their own. It's a joint
effort.
You saw this, right? Joint task. Right. The other question is, does the disease affect animals? Honorable Doze's question, he said it wasn't answered. Can it be transmitted through animals?
On the question on if the disease affects animals, the honest question, which is often very difficult for us to give, is one saying that we don't know. We haven't tested it in enough. We haven't collected in enough samples in animals to know whether it affects animals or not. We have had a scarcity of testing materials, so we are focused on testing people. I think there will be research done by the relevant research bodies over the next few months on whether it affects any other animals, but for the meantime, we will save all our reagents and all our testing infrastructure to focus on humans.
Thank you. I think Honorable Deputy Leader asked about the dead bodies. Was that addressed?
It was
addressed, wasn't it? But the answer again is
that we have a protocol for safe and dignified burials. We never take the body away. The state government will work with the family to ensure that there's a safe burial so that people are not infected. But also
but I think the question was, is it contagious if you're dead? Is the virus still alive even though you're dead?
So it is not, it's a tricky question. It's not as contagious as Lassa and Ebola.
Thank you. And finally, where are the Chinese doctors? That's the Deputy Speaker. The Chinese doctors, where are they at this point?
So my responsibility is managing the public health response. They are providing support for the clinical response. But I believe they're fine. They're contributing to the response already. They were isolated for a number of days to make sure that they are safe. But I think they are now contributing to the response, supporting in the installation of the equipment that they brought, and making sure that we are better prepared to manage the case. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Well, honorable colleagues, I think we have come to the close of this. I think we have come to the close of this segment of our sitting. I want to thank our guests from PTF for taking time out in their busy schedule. It's been about almost 4 hours now. I want to thank you very much for your dedication once more and your commitment. I think it's been very rewarding, and most of the answers and questions we will use here for our own information, and from time to time we will, if there are other questions, we will invite you back to the House. I want to particularly also thank the National Coordinator, Dr. Sani Aliu, who we understand in the House here that you lost your octogenarian father last week. We pray that Almighty God will grant him eternal rest, and that you have found time, even in these difficult times and the time of mourning, to attend to national duties speaks volumes. Thank you very much, and may your soul rest in peace. Leader Whip, can you escort our guests? Chief Whip. Dr. Mamura, you may want to join them in the entourage. Okay, you want to go? I guess you are used to the chambers. You know your way around. Honorable colleagues, our guests, have they left? Zanoel Yakub. Oh yes, of course. No. Oh yes. No, we did. We even did one day. Even did. Honorable Yakub. Apologies, honorable colleagues. Yes, Honorable El Yakub also lost his father a couple of weeks ago. Honorable El Yakub was one of us and is now the SA to the President of National Assembly, Master, specifically the House of Representatives. May his soul rest in perfect peace. My apologies. May the soul of Alhaji Ibrahim El Yakub rest in peace. Okay, we also announced through the leader of the House the demise of the Emir of Rano in Kano State, Alhaji Abubakar Tafida, who died last weekend after a brief illness. May his soul rest in peace. So, honorable colleagues, yeah, we need to move on. Yes, honorable colleagues, there's also an important but sad announcement, the death of the mother of our former Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Austin Okpara. He lost his mother, Mrs. Sarah Okpara, I believe just a few days ago. Right, Honorable Chike? Yes, a few days ago. May her soul rest in peace. Honorable colleagues, following the earlier matter that was taken before we even started during proceedings, before we went into this session, to investigate those behind the rumors of 10 or 20 million dollars, or however many million dollars, to set up a committee, another committee to investigate the matter, and with the possibility of filing legal action. The members of that committee will be Honorable Henry Nwauba, Honorable Gideon Goroki, Honorable Igariwe, Honorable Sada Soli, Honorable Nalaraba Abubakar, Honorable Alex Egwona, Honorable Bello Magari, Honorable Bill Umar Mohammed, Honorable Babatunde Umpe, and Honorable Isiaka Olakule. They have 10 days to come up with their report and to the House. Thank you. I think for this purpose, I would suggest they select a chairman from amongst themselves. I think for this purpose. Henry is number one. You see, you have just spoiled the chances. For you to be mentioning Henry, has automatically removed him. Unanimous. That what? Henry. Really? Everybody wants Henry? Leader, yes. Henry, Abi. So Honorable Henry Wawuba is chairman. The President's letter earlier read out is hereby referred to the Committee on Supply. We'll probably take it on Tuesday. Before we'll take one more time. It's after 4. We'll take a motion, the first motion on the order paper, and then suspend all matters till next Tuesday. So. Honorable members, the second business of the day is presentation of one bill, and I invite the clerk to read its short title.
Honorable Speaker, no members. Cannabis Control Bill 2020, first reading.
Honorable colleagues, we'll go to the sixth order of the day. Sixth order of the day. Seventh. Is a motion on the need to investigate the alleged financial malfeasance and other activities in the Niger Delta Development Commission, standing in the name of Honorable Peter Apatasin. Honorable Apatasin is invited to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, I'm Comrade Peter Ohyonzoje Apatasin, MNI. I represent the good people of Akoko Edo Federal Constituency, and I am from Edo State. I move that the motion on the need to investigate the alleged malfeasance, financial malfeasance, and other activities in the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, the House knows that the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, was established by Act number 6 of 2000 by this noble institution as an interventionist agency with a clear mandate to, among other things, undertake economic, environmental, and infrastructural development towards improvement in the quality of life, economic transformation, and prosperity in the Niger Delta region. Also note that Section 7(1)(b) of the NDDC Establishment Act 2000 mandates the Commission to conceive, plan, and implement projects and programs in accordance with the set rules and regulations. Worried by the advent and rapid spread of the novel coronavirus, also known as COVID-19, the devastating impact on all aspects of livelihood and national economy, occasioning sharp decline in revenue and massive cuts in budgetary estimates, especially since the past month. Aware that the various strategies for the containment of the debilitating effect of COVID-19 have resulted to the current suspension and closure of most businesses in both public and private sectors of the Nigerian economy. Further aware that oil-producing and gas processing companies from whom the NDDC is significantly funded are severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and therefore the compelling need to rise as patriots for the people of the region in the wake of the inevitable impact of COVID-19. Further aware that the Committee on NDDC is inundated with petitions from contractors, stakeholders, and public interest groups regarding alleged personnel layoffs and replacement with unqualified and inexperienced persons to man strategic offices in the Commission, thereby hampering efficiency and productivity. Concerned by the plethora of petitions and write-ups, both in the mainstream and social media outlets, against the current management of the Commission's imprudent spending of scarce financial resources. Alarmed by claims that the Commission had spent over 40 billion in a space of just 2 months, without corresponding effect on the region, 70% of which were allegedly made on emergency projects and completion of Commission's headquarters building, without due regard to fiscal governance as encapsulated in the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007 and other extant financial regulations. Alarmed that in the wake of COVID-19, contract was allegedly awarded for the supply of Hilux vehicles, medical consumables to the tune of 4.8 billion Nigerian naira in clear breach of sections 19, 25, 41, and 42 of the Public Procurement Act 2007. Also worried that the trend, if not arrested, will worsen the already pathetic situation in the Niger Delta region post-COVID-19. Also concerned that the forensic audit for which the Interim Management Committee was set up is most likely to become a conduit for forensic looting. Further concerned about the negative consequences of the perception of the NDDC as a profligate institution and obvious need to obviate community concerns that may arise due to frustration caused by a combination of these factors, and to arrest imminent breakdown of law and order, having regard to the volatility of the region. Therefore, resolved to 1, mandate the Committee on NDDC to A, investigate all issues relating to misappropriation and misapplication of funds
by the Commission and report back to the House. 2, conduct a comprehensive investigation into all procurements and financial transactions of the Commission for this fiscal year to ascertain compliance with the relevant provisions of the law. 3, investigate adherence to the Act setting up the Commission in the layoff and engagement of key management personnel. And finally, invite the Supervising Minister of Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs, the Interim Management Committee, to explain to the House the plan of the Commission to ameliorate the effect of the present economic situation on the region. I so move, Mr. Speaker, and my dear colleagues.
Honorable Buba. Okay. Honorable Kasida from, yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues. Okay. Amin Ashurmani is my name, member representing Binda Amani. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kasan State. I rise to second the motion heavily moved by my deputy leader. And I so move. Thank you. As I so second. Thank you.
Honorable Akwadase. Two minutes. But it's an investigative motion. Let's just put the question, and time is gone anyway. It's very clear. And it's an investigative motion. Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. Honorable colleagues, I have a special announcement. Please, it's an appeal. Whether you are to all members, leadership and all members, including myself, Deputy Speaker, Leader, Whip, Deputy Whip, Minority Leader, Deputy Minority Leader, all honorable members, I've been asked to appeal that if there's anybody that has in any way, shape or form, however remotely, been in contact or close proximity to anyone who has been tested or is suspected to have been tested positive, because we're hearing news of state assembly members, we're hearing news of could you please, it doesn't mean anything, just stay away from the chambers for the good of everybody. There is no need to come to chambers. Take care of yourself, and please, 14 days is not a long time. This is a special appeal to every single one of us, starting from here all the way down. If you've been exposed in any way, shape or form, and no matter how tenuous that exposure is, please stay away from chambers. Honorable Dambata, please see the leader of the House. I think he has some information for you. Honorable Dambata. Yes.
Your Excellency, Speaker, respected colleagues, my name is Ahmed Idris. Maybe just an echo on the recording on what you are saying, sir. And I think we need to be more elaborate. If you watch the clip of what happened in Nasarawa, they lost a member, and because the burial ceremony was taken even before the test was out, there was a lot of mingling with the general public. It is not in our interest, and that's where the part of the appeal is coming from. Some of our colleagues, or one of our colleagues, brought a patient into town who has now been confirmed to be positive, and we have to be guided. I think we should not shy away. No, he's not here. Your Excellencies and colleagues, That's why mildly the Speaker is giving this information. We need to guide ourselves, guide our family, and guide the general public. At least we should be worried on how we do our interface and interaction. Thank you very much, sir. I think just to bring out more loudly what has been said. Thank you, sir.
God bless them.
Thank you. Chairman Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Abubakar Samfulata. I represent Preneur Krika Sama Guli Federal Constituency, Mr. Speaker, I'm from the Gao State. Mr. Speaker, I move for suspension of all the other items on the order paper from number 1 up to 12, save number 7 that has already been taken. I so move.
Thank you. Seconder, Honorable Udil.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Engineer Muhammad Ali Udil. I represent Udil Garko Federal Constituency. I'm from Kano State. I rise to second the motion as ably moved by the Chairman, Rules and Business, Right Honorable Abubakar Hassan Plata. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. We have several important, very important motions, both of urgent public importance and motions on notice today. But unfortunately, we had to take care of this very, very important matter with the PTF, which is taking almost 5 hours. It's 4:30 now, and many of us are also even fasting. So bear with us. We'll take as many of these things on Tuesday. Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. The House is still in session, please. Tuesday. Motion for adjournment. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Ado Dogwa is my name, and by the grace of God, the leader of this great house. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I rise as directed by the Speaker to move that this house do adjourn to Tuesday next week by 11 o'clock.
Minority Leader, please second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Honorable Godwin Elmelo, and I represent the good people of Anyocho Federal Constituency. I'm from Delta State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion heavily moved by the House Leader, Adodogo. I so second.
Those in support, please say aye. The ayes have it. The letter. Clerk.